Hello. Let me know if you can hear me, especially because I'm using the brand new mic and I'm not sure if Streamlabs has set it up properly. So please let me know. In the meantime, I'll just say hi to everyone. If you guys can't hear me, if I'm just speaking to myself here, I'm gonna have to get the old mic and plug that in. Oh, Shira says you can hear me? Okay, you guys can hear me. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried. Hi. So hi to HJFAs and Monster Slurpee, Jim, me and my gaster, 80-year-old man, Shire, Camus Clizzard, Adam Fiskin, Rockstock, Andrea, Catharsis, Obada, Khalid. I think I said Andrea. Is there anyone else I missed? Okay, I think that's everyone. If I missed somebody, just like shout out. Oh, Indigo. I don't know if I can say Indigo. I don't know if I said Indigo. Do I sound a little muffled? Let me see. How is everything set up here? Is it okay though? Let me know. Like I said, I'm not going to bore you guys with like a big troubleshooting at the beginning of the stream. As long as you guys can hear me, it should be okay. And I'll do like actual troubleshooting, you know, when I'm not on stream. So I'm not like boring you guys. Because there's like nothing worse than tuning into a stream and then having the person streaming like troubleshoot for like half an hour beforehand. It drives me crazy when that happens. Oh, hey Gunther and Arid. And I think that's everyone. Okay, but you guys say you can hear me, so that's great. So I'm not going to stress too much. Let me get this scene. How's everybody been doing? Transition. There we go. That should be good. Also, if I say I need to get up and go to the bathroom, for the love of God, remind me to mute the mic before I go, please, because it's a lapel mic. It's clipped to my shirt. So that's like very important. Please let me know. Otherwise, it's going to be a completely different kind of stream. Let's just avoid that, please. Good Lord. But I hope everyone's doing well. Just got home with Thai food in time for the stream. Nice. Thursday and Friday were stressful as fuck. But how long am I in the stream? Oh, well, I had like the 2-minute song intro, so it's like more than 30 seconds, right? Okay, so it was stressful as fuck, but that's in the rear view mirror now. Yeah, it's a good way to think about it. Like, it's done, it's over. No need to worry about it anymore. And I hope everyone had a good month. I'm a little, not late, but I cut it a little close this month because I was actually out of town for a while. I was visiting my dad in the next town over. And I was planning to maybe stream last weekend, but then he said he's very spontaneous. So he was just like, okay, I'm taking you home this weekend. So I'm like, okay, well, I'd rather schedule the stream for next weekend then, because then it just kind of all works out. So I'm still planning to give the 2 streams in 1 month, but it keeps getting put off and it's a little annoying. But anyway, gonna catch the South Africa versus India final. No, I'm not super into cricket. I was just watching it while my dad was watching it. So I'm glad to hear that India got far as like our rivals, because we were saying while we were watching, India is like the top team at the moment, I think. Not big into sports. I'm not big into watching sports, and yet when it comes to like movies to do with sport and anime to do with sport, I really like those. I like everything about sport except the sport part. It's very weird. Anyway, I'm gonna ask what we're going to start drawing. I was thinking of drawing Kara from season 2 of My Adventures with Superman. I'm not planning to cover season 2, but I saw Kara, who's Supergirl, is in season 2, and I was like, well, that gives me an easy subject matter to draw for us, especially because I have some thoughts on Kara, specifically the way she's been designed. So are you guys up for that, or did you have something else in mind? Oh, Indigo with the super chat so early, thank you. Superman had a good episode. The writers had to focus on good character building because Clark and Kara can't be shipped. You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. And to think, I was just thinking yesterday, I was like, why did they make Kara Superman's cousin? Because I feel like that's a part of the lore that you might want to not go through with just because it's so obvious. But if it like avoids just show writers shipping them, then maybe it's for the best. Just keep them related so that can't happen because good lord. I saw somebody else ask something. So what's on the chopping block? First Velma 2 or My Adventures with Superman 2? I'm not really considering doing My Adventures with Superman 2 at this moment, simply because season 1 was a real slog. Because it's not bad enough to be embarrassing and funny to make fun of, but it's also not good in that it's an enjoyable watching experience. So it's in this horrible middle ground where it's really painful to sit through. Whereas like with Velma is so terrible that you can just watch it.
Received a new message.
Thank you. You can just watch it and, you know, it's terrible. Everybody knows it's terrible. Mindy is not a great person, so you don't need to worry about like hurting anyone's feelings. You can just be like, wow, look how terrible this is. And High Guardian Spice is terrible, but it like, I don't know, High Guardian Spice in a weird way is fun, if that makes sense. It's the kind of terrible that's actually enjoyable to sit and watch. It's very bizarre to try and describe. So I'm not going to do My Adventures with Superman right away. Sounds good. You guys okay with Kara? What art program is this? This is Clip Studio Paint. So let me get my Kara references. Here we go, part 4. So if you have not seen what Kara looks like in My Adventures with Superman, the big talking point is her civilian disguise. Let me show you guys. So this is Kara's civilian outfit. If you watch any kind of anime to any degree, you will immediately recognize what this is. You know, I was wondering if in season 2, whether they would take notes for what they did missteps, like what missteps they took in the first season. And then I saw this and I'm like, okay, so they've learned nothing. They've learned absolutely nothing. They're just doing what they did in the first season and they're just doing more of it. And that like drove me crazy. And then it got worse the more I looked at it, because one thing I wanted to say, everybody's like pointing out the very obvious, like, oh, she's wearing Android 18's outfit. Like, it's just Android 18. There's like no mistake. There's no like, maybe they were kind of inspired by it. Maybe it's not really the same thing. Maybe it's just coincidence. It's like, no, this is 100% Android 18. But the other thing I don't see a lot of people comment on, because obviously this was kind of a big thing when this was revealed. But what I don't see people point out is the fact that Kara's hairstyle is literally just Major Makoto's from Ghost in the Shell. This is an action figure just because it showed the hairstyle the best. But she's literally got Major Makoto's. It's Makoto, right? Am I remembering correctly? I just know her as the Major. It's the Major's hairstyle. And it's not even subtle. It literally is that. It's very, very obviously that. And the other thing that drove me crazy, that was when I saw the concept art for Kara's like armor. This isn't the design they went with. Let me just get the actual design of what they used. This is the design they actually went with, which is much better. But this design, the fact that they were even considering this kind of drives me crazy, because this is, I know it's a different color, but this is just Samus. Is it just me? Is it just me, or is this Samus? Am I like reaching? Am I seeing things where it's Motoko? Thank you. Am I seeing things where it doesn't exist? Am I like reading into this too much? Am I like losing my mind, or is that like what it looks like? Because again, it's not using the color scheme, but like it just seems so obvious to me. And I know it's not the design they went with, but the fact that this was even like part of the consideration is just odd to me. It's like the mindset of the people who design for this show. It's just, again, I'm very confused. Where on earth did this image go? Let me just resize it. Okay, it's all the way down here. They put Samus next to her. Oops. Okay, I squished Samus a little because I didn't have my proportions locked. But like, it's not just me, right? Like, I'm not going crazy. This isn't just me. kind of in the shoulders. Yeah, like it's not like exact. Don't get me wrong, but like the large shoulders, and the blonde hair, like it's such specific iconography, right? It's just different enough to be like not plagiarism, and yet at the same time, when I see it, I immediately like. I didn't even see the full image. I just saw the thumbnail of it, and I was like, did they like try and make her look like Samus like right away, or am I going nuts? Anyway, that one might be a bit of a reach, but the Android 13, the Android 18 stuff, I mean, there's absolutely no denying that. That is 100% it. And the other thing is, sorry, hiccup. The other thing is, I saw that one of the episodes is called Full Metal Scientist. And I haven't watched anything of season 2, but I saw those two things, and that was enough for me to be like, okay, well, oops, that's something else I'm drawing. That just kind of tells me everything I need to know about what lessons they've taken from the first season, which is to say none. They're just kind of staying the course. You're not seeing it besides the shoulders. Yeah, but the shoulders are the big thing. The shoulders are it. But again, that's not a design they actually went with. It was just kind of consideration. So again, it's a bit of a reach perhaps, but it bothers me that I'm able to look at it and immediately see what they were drawing their inspiration from, right? That's kind of, I hate it when I can do that. I hate it when I can look at a piece of media and it's not even me looking to see if it reminds me of anything. It's just my very first initial impression is, oh, they obviously like, this show or this character. And sometimes that's unavoidable because, like, I like magical girls, right? I really enjoy magical girl anime to a degree. Some of the shows are a little bit too young for me to really enjoy, but it is a genre I have a certain level of affection for. And I can't sit here and say, well, all these magical girl shows are copycats of Sailor Moon because they share iconography that Sailor Moon started, which is specifically the transformation sequence. So I can't sit here and just complain about that kind of thing because, yes, Sailor Moon started the transformation sequence iconography, I forget the word now, trope, I suppose, which is now in most magical girl shows. But because it's been so many years and so many shows have now used that, you can't call that a copy anymore because it's now just a part of the genre. It's expected. To be fair, season 2 is just the second half of season 1. They couldn't learn any lessons. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's super common. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do season 2, but I like I said before, I really want to focus on Velma season 2 because I think that will be a much more interesting conversation. And I really want to do Hazbin Hotel because regardless of whether at the end find Hazbin Hotel to be good or bad, I think that it's an interesting conversation to have as a piece to look at. And especially with like the conversation surrounding it and its fan base and how it's been received and the nature of adult cartoons and its target audience, like all of that is really interesting. I think there is a lot to be said about it just as a piece of media, right? And I just think that it's an interesting conversation piece because I might end up liking Hazbin Hotel. I don't know because I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, Superman, it's... Oh, that's something I can also say is that the script is basically done, which is cool. All that I'm waiting for with the script is I make an assumption in the script regarding how and why certain shows end up being written the way they are. And I asked a friend of mine just to kind of read over that part because I want to make sure that I'm not making an assumption that's completely off base and will make me look like an idiot. And I'm not communicating myself in a way that might come across as being, I guess bigoted is the word, but that's not really the point, right? Because if you guys have seen my videos, you know that I don't really play the game of like, oh, well, this show is bad because it has representation, and this show is good because it's a queer story. Like, I look at things to see whether they're well written or not, whether it's a well-made piece of content. It's a good project, whether the writing is good, whether the animation is good, whether it achieves what it sets out to do. That's what I'm interested in. But there's a part in the script where I have a guess as to why so many projects end up with very poor quality writing in it, and then often these projects seem to have this narrative of wanting to be progressive, and it's not every project that's progressive, and things that are just like, you know, normal, for lack of a better word, content also is very badly written at the moment. But I had a theory as to why this happens, and it's actually got nothing to do with the fact that it's progressive content or not. It's to do with how the writers think while they're writing those themes. But because it's a complex problem, I asked a friend to look over that section just to make sure that I'm not making a completely out of left field presumption which doesn't actually hold any water. And am I communicating my point in terms of quality of writing clearly, or is it going to sound like I'm criticizing content for being woke? That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's entirely to do with the kind of writers that get hired onto these projects and the experience level and, like I said, the mindset. And it doesn't actually have anything to do with the content itself. It has to do with how these projects are pushed in the writing phase, and like the kind of people that then get brought on to work on these projects and how those writers think being put on a project like that. So it is a complex issue. And again, that's why I'm asking a friend who also works in the industry just to kind of look over it and make sure that I'm not like sounding stupid. Because it's one of those things where it's a presumption. So if I'm wrong, I sound like a complete idiot. But if I'm right, I sound like a genius. But it's a very complex situation, especially because it deals with things like queer representation and wanting to write a progressive story with characters that are people of color and things like that. But that's not why it's a bad project, if that makes sense. Again, I'm being vague because I don't want to try and explain exactly what I'm going to put in the video, because it kind of spoils the video. But also because if I'm wrong and I'm making a baseless presumption, then it's incorrect. Then I'm just wrong, right? So it's a complex issue. So I'm just looking into reading it over, making sure that I'm communicating myself properly, and that I'm not making insane conspiracy theories when it's actually not that deep, you know, when the actual end of the day answer is, well, no, the real reason so many of these projects are bad is because the writing's bad. And it's like, wow, who would have guessed, right? But yeah, so that's the part I'm waiting for some feedback on. And I need to edit it a few times just to make sure that I'm removing parts where I'm repeating myself a lot, because I tend to do that. Or if there's something where I'm like talking about a part within the show itself, and I might spend too much time being confused about something which ultimately is not a big deal. And whether just I need to cut some parts of that where it's like, this isn't worth spending like 5 minutes on wondering why this is. It's not important. You can just cut this and nothing of value gets lost. Things like that. But otherwise, it's actually... Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Michigan. What are we drawing today? We are drawing Kara from Superman Season 2. Like that. Let me just scroll up a bit, because during my big rant there, trying to communicate myself properly. Do I have a Discord? I don't have like a Discord group or server as such. Big long story as to why. Basically, I'm very bad at Discord servers, but I'm not entirely sure it's something where I should be handing over a Discord server just for somebody else to mod for me, because from what I've seen, that very often doesn't turn out well. Is it still like uncommon that people judge shows on how well they're written versus how queer representative they are? Yeah, it is. Like, out of left field, shut up. It is. I see a lot of like discourse about that from both sides to a ridiculous degree, where certain people are like ready to sing something's praises before it's come out just because it's used representation in its marketing to sell the show to people. And then people, because they want to be good people and they really want to support creators who have been maligned all these years. They want to do that. And these shows know it, so they use marketing to kind of pressure people into supporting it. And then I see things from the other side where I see like YouTube thumbnails come past me of people just like having a complete emotional meltdown because a video game allows you to set your gender and sex separately, and then they have like an absolute meltdown about that, and I'm like,
You have received a new message.
thank you. It's not that big a deal. It's not that important. So I see it from both sides, and I'm not particularly interested in that side of it. I'm interested in whether the story is good or not. I think those themes can be discussed, which is, I mean, I'm not going to pretend those themes don't exist when I talk about a show, but I'm not going to sing something's praises or say it's terrible based entirely on its representation, because that's just not, it's not something within my culture, like my country, and it's not the way that I function in a professional sense, and it's not what I think of when I watch media, right? To a certain degree, it is in terms of like, oh, if it's a good story and then you find out it was made by, queer creators and stuff, that's interesting to me because it kind of informs me into the people who made it, like what kind of mindset they had and stuff. I'm thinking of things like the comic Fun Home by Alison Bechdel and things like that. Like, it's impossible to read that comic, which is really good, by the way, and not pay attention to the fact that it's about queer issues. It was written by a lesbian woman. Like, you can't ignore the fact that those exist, right? And to pretend it doesn't, if you were to review that, is just disingenuous. But for something like My Adventures with Superman or Velma and stuff, the queer content in those shows is complete, and like the progressiveness, like the ethnicity of the characters and stuff, that's completely superfluous, and it has no bearing on whether the show is good or not. It's just it's something that exists within the show itself, but in of itself, it has no impact on the quality level of the writing or the quality level of the show itself, whether for good or bad. It's just that's not a factor. Like I said, it's difficult to talk about off the top of my head, right? Because you have to think about how you're presenting the arguments as well. Because even now, I'm trying to think of a way to express myself regarding this topic in a way where I'm not communicating myself in a way that makes me sound stupid or in a way that can be misunderstood, because it's such a serious topic. But at the same time, it's a topic that one should be allowed to discuss, right? We need more shows with platonic cuddling as friend language. Yes, we do. That is the one thing I will agree with 100%. But yeah, it's a difficult topic, and how I got onto this big rabbit hole in terms of discussion is having a friend looked over what I wrote just to make sure that I'm not making a wild assumption and it doesn't actually have it's not actually relevant to the show, in which case I'll just delete that section from the script, which will be a shame because it's actually it's a good section of the script. But I mean, if it's off base and if it's inaccurate, then no, it shouldn't be in the script, even if it means like there's one or two jokes which I think are very funny, which are just not going to be in the script then. That's like the big like make or break for me, is I have these jokes associated with that topic that I think are very funny. And if I'm off base, I'm going to have to delete those jokes. And it's like, oh man, but they were really good. They were really funny. Let's not force Sipa back to Velma. No, I'm going to probably do Velma next, because it's just going to be possibly a single video where I just kind of discuss what has changed, what's different, did they learn anything whatsoever, etc., etc. And what has the internet's reaction been to Velma 2 coming out, which seems to have not been much. I saw like 1 or 2 videos come past me mentioning it, but in terms of like discussion, I have not seen the massive, it's not been like as big of a talking point as the first season was, because the first season came out and like everybody was covering it, like everybody was just losing their minds at how terrible it was. But season 2 came out and I saw like 1 or 2 videos discussing it and saying it's still awful, it's worse than the first season, but it hasn't made like the splash that the first season has, from what I've seen. I might be wrong. Existential meltdown detention. I'm sure it was. Am I excited for the new Dragon Age? I am, to a certain degree. I'm still upset because my gaming laptop is still out of commission. I'm waiting for the part in the mail to arrive so I can get the screen fixed. And I'm still playing Baldur's Gate 3, so I'm more focused on that right now, but I am excited for the new Dragon Age. But in all honesty, as much as I love Dragon Age and as much as I've been playing that for years, I think I like Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit more than I like Dragon Age, to be honest. Like, Dragon Age is really good, but I think I prefer Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of, like, a game. It goes to show hate watching will not get you far. It won't. And like I said, I don't even think hate watching was that big of a factor with the first Velma, because HBO had this big thing of like, oh, it's the most watched animated show on HBO, but it's like, yes, but HBO, you deleted all your other animated show. It was like the only animated show you still had. That's why it was the most watched. Like, what are you talking about? I guess the whole of Velma season 2 being dumped all at once helped in people moving on from it. Yeah, that's the other thing. And that kind of also it spells to me that the studio did not have much faith in it, because they, instead of letting it come out slowly and building up hype and having people discuss it online, they kind of just dumped it all out there and was like, okay, it's done, it's out, let's just move on. That it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence from the publisher, I guess you say. What do you call these people? Distributor? Those guys. The guys, like, in charge of the business side of things. I've been waiting for the new game for 10 years, so I'm not sure if I'm excited. I am going to replay all of it if I have time. Like I said, I'm kind of busy playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now, and I'm really enjoying that. And I already have plans to, like, do a new run in it. I have plans for new characters I want to try in it, so I'll probably be playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the rest of my life. But I'm also kind of still in the phase where Baldur's Gate 3 still feels very new to me. So I kind of still want to spend a little bit of time with the game before I move on to Dragon Age again. But I do want to, like, replay all of it. Especially Inquisition, because I never actually played the Trespasser DLC because I had it on PS4 and EA was, like, charging extra for the end of the game. And I'm like, no, I'm not paying that. But I have the Game of the Year edition on Steam now, so that problem kind of solved itself. Want to shake every network exec and scream context is everything. Will you pick up the Mass Effect project with your new laptop? Yes, I will. That's a big thing, because if you weren't here last time, which was a month ago, my gaming laptop, the one I was using, completely died on me because I hit print screen and the entire screen went purple and started burning into the physical screen. And so I took my old gaming laptop, which had an HDR drive, and my broken gaming laptop, which had a brand new SSD drive, and I took them both to the computer guys and I said, take these two and make one functioning laptop out of them, please. And they said, okay, they will, but they need to replace a part of the screen, like the hinge, and they had to order that from America, and so we're just waiting for that in the mail because it's taking 1,000 years. So that's what I'm waiting for. I just want to chip in a bit. Oh, thank you, Andrea. I always see the message before, it's not Mira, Avina, before Avina can tell me about it. I have not played any Dragon Quest games, although I might in memory of Akira Toriyama. Yeah, I haven't played any Dragon Quest either. I hear they're difficult though. Like, in general, they've kind of have that reputation of being very, very difficult. Maybe not like Dark Souls level, but you know, in terms of like JRPG. Is that ear is a little high? Hold on. Let me focus on what I'm doing here. So there's her eye. So her ear would be... Maybe if I zoom out as well, I'll have a better idea of what the heck's going on. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Oh, hey, thanks, Gunter. Quick, with a hairstyle like that, you can instead draw a super sexy Balrog. Hurry before it's too late. No, we're locked into Kara. We're doing Kara. Which I read the synopsis. Thank you, Avina. I read up on what they're doing with season 2 with Superman, and on paper it sounds interesting. I like the concept that Kara is basically a villain. I don't know if that's a story element which has really been used in other Superman or DC lore and stories, because again, I'm not super into superhero in general. I have like a baseline knowledge of things, but I didn't watch the Supergirl TV show, and I haven't really read any Supergirl comics, so I don't know whether that's ever been a thing. But I like the concept. Like, introducing her as a villain is interesting. But it also makes me think... Oh, thank you, Avina. Did I miss somebody? Oh, no, it's Gunther. Thank you. Like, what I was about to say is, unless they take that storyline from yet another anime, which they might... They reference so many anime where they just take entire storylines and plot lines from places that I actually I can't keep up with where they've taken what from. And then I'll have people in like the comments point out like, oh, that's from that anime that I haven't seen. And I'll be like, wow, so even certain things that I liked about the show come from other places that I'm just unaware of. It's maddening. They're not too hard, I think. They get better. Oh, you're speaking to somebody else. Considering jumping into the Mass Effect franchise, is there a reason why I should buy the games individually versus getting the Legendary Edition? There is no reason to get the games individually. Get the Legendary Edition. The Legendary Edition has updated graphics. It has updated gameplay, so it fixes a lot of the gameplay issues that especially the first game had. The first game's gameplay is not the best, but it's better than it was. The Legendary Edition also includes all the DLC, all the story DLC. It's got all the bug fixes, and it's all contained into one package. So you're basically getting 3 complete games plus DLC plus extra content plus better graphics, etc. for the price of one game. There is no reason to get the games individually unless you're somebody like me who owns like 3 copies of the trilogy because I have like 3 versions of it. If your laptop can handle it, I would highly recommend checking out Metaphor ReFantazio when it comes out. Okay, I haven't heard of that, but I haven't been keeping up with gaming news so much. Okay, let me just focus on what I'm doing here. Okay, for once her head isn't too big, especially not for a cartoon character, so that's good. Kara/Supergirl becoming a supervillain or being evil has been something that's been done before, which is usually done to distance her from cute girly Silver Age self. I mean, I like it as a concept. Like I said, it's interesting because I like the way that the show so far... one thing I will really praise the show for is I like that it's removing Clark's knowledge of Krypton. And it's making Clark think that Krypton and Kryptonians are just inherently evil, and that he has like Goku's backstory, where the Saiyans dropped him off on Earth to basically destroy it, so that by the time that Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa show up, they can just kind of take over the planet because Superman's already softened it up for them. Like, I actually like that backstory for Superman just because it's so interesting to me. And it makes me like super sympathetic for the Jor-El AI, because even though he speaks Esperanto in the cartoon, I can't speak Esperanto, but it makes me like super sympathetic to him because he's not a villain, he's not a bad guy. So it's just this giant miscommunication, but in a way where it makes sense why the communication is happening. It's not like for frustrating reasons, like the characters just refusing to talk to each other. There's a language barrier and all kinds of things. So I think it's very interesting to kind of play Superman in that position where he believes himself to be a weapon. I think it's a very interesting take on the character. It's not like it's a unique story that's never been done before with any characters, but I don't think it's ever been done with Superman before, unless it has and I'm just not aware of it. But I think it's cool. So introducing Kara as a villain is also very interesting to me. I think it's neat, and I think you can do interesting things with that. But because it's this show, it's also taught me that they often have very good ideas, but then their execution of those ideas leave a lot to be desired. And I don't know why they have like these really great setups for things, and then they seem incapable of delivering on those setups. And that's one of the things that makes it so frustrating. Like, they have very cool ideas, and then they follow through on them in the worst way possible, or they throw away cool ideas and things that they already had. They just decide to throw it away. I talk about that in the upcoming video a lot, where there were really cool things that were set up that they already wrote within the show, and then they just decided not to follow through with it. And I can't figure out, is it because they didn't know what they had? Did they not realize that the material they had to work with here, like things they had set up themselves? I'm going to have to grab some reference of a fist, because already I'm screwing this up. Or I'm going to have to ball my own fist and look at it, which means I can't press the buttons. Give me a sec. Clear that. Okay, so... Oops. Press this button. Looking at my own fist. Let's see. It goes here. Do you like that? I'm using different background music than I usually do in my streams. I usually use a mix of like copyright-free future funk music. But in the last stream, some other company like copyright claimed it wrongly. They said it was a song which it wasn't, like at all. And I contested it. I haven't checked to see whether they let the contesting of it go through or not. But to just kind of avoid any like headaches, I've switched to a mix of something called Synth-Tendo, where it's just Nintendo music, but it's like synthwave remixes of it. Let me see if I can do this without making a fool of myself. We'll go like that. Goes like that. Like that. Slots in there. It goes like that. And then thumb goes there. Like there. And then this is a knuckle. This goes that knuckle. And this knuckle's here. And that goes there. I think that's more or less correct. Just kind of bring that down. It's a bit much. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I saw somebody tag me in the chat. Hold on. Do you happen to have some good references for Magical Girl anime for someone who's completely blind to the genre? I tried asking you on Blue Sky, but I think I didn't do it right. I'm not on Blue Sky so much. I'm mostly on Tumblr. I have a Blue Sky. I just don't use it very often because, similar to Twitter, I don't like how the website functions. I don't like that there's a character limit, and I don't like that I can repost things only once. That really annoys me. But in terms of Magical Girl anime, it depends on what you're looking for. Do you want a Magical Girl anime that is light-hearted and doesn't deal with very upsetting subject matter? Do you want a Magical Girl anime that is more focused on like the idol scene? Do you want one that's more focused on crime fighting and things like that? Do you want one that's just kind of easy watching? It's nice to put on and it makes you feel good watching it. Or do you want a Magical Girl anime that's just going to like emotionally destroy you? Because there are options for all of them. It just depends what you're looking for. Synth-Tendo, yeah, that's what the video is called that I'm using. Okay, luckily a fist from this angle, oops, is easier, I say, and hopefully I don't make a fool of myself. Do that. Magic Google shows go all over the place. My faves have been Cardcaptor Sakura, Oja Moja Doremi, Princess Tutu, Revolutionary Girl Utena, Yuki Yuna as a hero, and Madoka Magica. Yeah, those are all good. One of my favorites is actually, what's it called now? Full Moon Mo Sagashite. Is very good. Searching for a full moon. It's really, really good. It's so underrated, but wow, what a fantastic series that is. Full Moon Mo Sagashite is about a little girl. She's 12, and she has a tumor on her throat, but she wants to become an idol when she turns 16 or so. Oh, wow. Thank you, Mr. Bender. Hold on. I'll talk about Full Moon Sagashite in a second. Can't get enough of that wonderful CPAP. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. In Michigan as well. Thank you. Take my drinking money. I don't need it anyway. Keep the drinking money for when Velma Season 2 comes out. Oh, no, you know what? No, extend it my way because I'll need the drinking money for when I get to Velma Season 2. Full Moon Mo Sagashite was my teenagehood. It's so good. Anyway, so it's about a little girl. She's 12, and she wants to become an idol when she turns 16 or so, because that's usually when idols debut in Japan. And then two Shinigami, which are like, they're kind of like Grim Reapers, but it's a little different in Japan. Two Shinigami arrive in her room, not knowing she can see them, and they're basically there to make sure that nothing's gone wrong, because she is slated to die in a year. And when she hears that she only has a year left to live, she decides that she's going to try and become an idol right away. And the one death god is like, well, you're 12 years old. You can't become an idol at 12. And he starts worrying that if she dies before at least trying to become an idol, she will have regret and become a ghost. So he gives her the ability to change into a 16-year-old girl so that she can audition and fail and then, die without any regrets because she gave it a chance. And then the problem is she does the audition and she passes. And she gets signed to an agency and she has a massive idol debut. And it's really good. It's really, really good because it has a very grounded look at the idol industry without being super upsetting. But it has a much more grounded look at the idol industry in Japan as a whole. And it has this very sad undertone because it is the main character is going to die in a year. Thank you, Avina. And it's really good. It's emotionally devastating, but it's really, really good. And the ending is fantastic. Thank you. I think I drew that hand a bit big. And there are 50 episodes of it, so there's a lot to go through. And I just really recommend it. And it's actually all up on YouTube. Somebody uploaded all 50 episodes last I checked. I think it's still up. But it's really good. Really highly recommend that because it's lighthearted enough and it's a good time, but it has that little bit of sad undertones to it, and it's emotionally devastating in some parts. So it's not like Revolutionary Girl Utena where you just have to brace yourself because every episode of Utena is just so upsetting and so messed up once you figure out what's going on. And also just watching Utena is very taxing on the brain because everything is a metaphor and you have to pay so close attention to not what characters are saying, but what characters are saying, what they're not saying, and their body language and the double talk and things like that. It's really fun, but you can only watch 2 episodes of Utena at a time because it's really, really... Oops, I touched the wire. There we go. It's very, very taxing on the brain just to kind of keep up, especially if you've never watched it before. There's so much to keep track of.
You have received a new message.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks, Thantris. Here's more drinking money for you. If Velma doesn't drive you to it, I'm sure something will. Well, hey, I've got Velma Season 2 and Has Been, which I might like because I haven't watched it yet. Okay, thank goodness. She actually, you can't really see her bust. And that's good because I'm very bad at drawing titty in general. I don't know why. I think it's because, unlike muscle, it's not attached to any skeletal structure. It's just kind of form that just kind of sits on top of the torso. Sorry, I tapped the mic. It just sits kind of on top of the torso. So it's like I have a very hard time trying to figure out what the logistics are. Like I need to look at more like anime fan art stuff to figure out what the hell's going on there and how to draw it, because it is not a strong point of mine whatsoever. Okay, so she has a fringe like this. But yeah, it depends what magical girl show you are looking for. For something more lighthearted, Cardcaptor Sakura is very good. Heartcatch Precure is actually fantastic. I can highly recommend that. If you want something that's like very brainless, there's a lot of the other Precure stories which I can recommend. Heartcatch Precure is kind of the best one. But there are others which are not as good per se, but they're a lot easier to digest. You can just kind of put them on and enjoy yourself. If you want something more retro, you can watch like Minky Momo, which is, you know, it's just an 80s anime. If you just kind of want the 80s city pop vibe, you can go to with Minky Momo. There's Saint Tail. There's Tokyo Mew Mew, which is actually somehow underrated. Despite being super popular, I still think it's underrated these days. So it just depends, like, what you're in the mood for with magical girls. And then if you want, like, something that's, like, absolute horror, that's just, like, a bad sign because it's so well written and it's legitimately like a horror, I recommend Madoka Magica. Madoka Magica is fantastic, but oof, it's rough to get through. It's really, really difficult to get through. And it's only 12 episodes. Okay, so it comes up like here, like this. And like this kind of, yeah. I see people make that vision comparison. Oh, that's in reference to what somebody's talking about. Praise Nanami, by the way, for giving the funnies to take our minds off of Utena's heaviness. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for people who might want to actually sit down and watch Utena, but Nanami is legitimately one of the best characters for like multiple reasons. My favorite character is Anthe, which probably says too much about me as a person, because any character you say, oh, that's my favorite character, will inevitably reveal something about you as a person. But Nanami is fantastic. She's really a fantastically written character, which is very funny because when she's introduced, you think she's just going to be like the shallow bully character. And then as the show goes along, you learn more about her and you realize she's probably the only character in the whole show that has her shit together by the end. It's really funny. But again, I made a video on Utena where I tried my best to avoid spoilers in general, but I also put the trigger list in that video, so maybe just check that out before you decide to watch Utena, because that trigger list is not there for nothing. It might be like a PG-13 show, it doesn't show anything on screen, but it deals with topics which are extremely upsetting on purpose. It's actually written to be upsetting. It's written to make you realize how upsetting those topics are. It's not there because the show's glorifying it. And because it's talking about why these topics are upsetting, they're upsetting to sit and watch. Because it's not there are some very not fun topics that come up in discussion in that show. You know, after I watched Velma, I began to appreciate the really good adult versions of Hanna-Barbera cartoons a lot more, such as Venture Brothers and Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. Yeah, that's the one thing about, like, terrible shows. They can really make you reevaluate shows that you might not have given much thought to before, and make you, like, appreciate them in a much better light than you would have otherwise. Oh, thanks, Indigo. Utena fans promised me a heavy show, and I got a boxing kangaroo and surfing elephant. What gives? I mean, the boxing kangaroo and the surfing elephants, they don't actually represent anything. I think that was just Ikuhara, like, trolling the audience, because he really enjoys doing that a lot. Ikuhara loves trolling the audience. Like, even when he was doing Sailor Moon, there are some episodes where you're like, Ikuhara, what the fuck? What is this? What are you doing? And yet, I would never ever tell somebody to skip the episodes with the kangaroo or the surfing elephants. Like, no, you cannot skip those episodes. They are crucial to the experience. Yeah, her hairstyle really is just the major, isn't it? Like, it really is. Speaking of which, I've been watching the Appleseed anime. I read all of Appleseed, and I've been watching the movies. I finished the first one. I'm busy watching the second one. I'm watching it in parts because a lot of it makes me cringe. Specifically, the whitewashing of Briareos' character. It's driving. Thank you, Avina. It's driving me crazy. I can't stand how they handle Briareos' ethnicity, because his ethnicity isn't just there to be there. It directly ties into his character. It ties into like the world building of the show as a whole. There's a you know what? I actually should have made her fringe like puff out. It like screws up the world building as a whole, and it messes up like his backstory with Dunin. I know most of you people don't even know what Appleseed is, because Appleseed is a manga series from the 80s. It was done by Shirao Masamune before he did Ghost in the Shell. And if you are wondering, let me just put this down. If you're wondering why I have an interest in Appleseed here, this will explain it. Just grab it quick. Where's JPEG? That's why I have an interest in Appleseed. I mean, do I need to say much more? Anyway, but the treating of Briareos' character just drives me crazy in the movie. But I also want to use some footage for it, because I bring up a discussion in the video regarding how romance is written, because I'm finally talking about the romance in My Adventures with Superman. So I want to discuss specifically romance stories that involve characters which are not conventionally attractive, and like why people enjoy stories like that, and how that kind of focuses the writers into, it puts them into a position where they have to focus on writing good chemistry between the characters, because they can't coast on, oh, these two good looking characters are standing next to each other, that means they're in love. They can't do that. They have to write the characters. And so I want to use some footage of non-human characters to use just kind of in the background while I'm talking about this. So I want to grab some footage from the Appleseed movie. So I'm watching it, and the first one was better than I thought it would be, but the constant whitewashing of Briareos is driving me crazy. It's making it difficult, because like I said, it's not just the fact that it's whitewashing, it's also because it diminishes his backstory with his girlfriend, Dunin. It like really screws that up, and it's infuriating to see, because it's like, dude, why are you doing this? Or you had like something really interesting going here, and you've just robbed yourself of that, and I don't understand why. That was me, or also me. It's an interesting subject. If High Guardian Spice was getting a season 2 and 3, Sage Mary would have been canon, and Olive would have become a High Guardian student. Both terrible story choices in my opinion. I mean, you could write that in a way where it is interesting. Okay, so her thing is like right up to her neck. She's got these like weird pauldron things. You could write that to actually be interesting. I just don't know whether the writing crew on High Guardian Spice have the experience or the knowledge on how to do that properly. Somebody left a comment on my High Guardian Spice video, which I think was so on point, but I can't remember what it was word for word now, but it was so good, where somebody said that Ray had no interest in writing a show. Ray had an interest in putting his OCs in situations. Something like that. It was really, really interesting. And like well spoken, and like well thought out. Some people leave comments on my videos, and it's like, man, why didn't I think of that? I saw somebody point out in the last Superman video, somebody asked why Lex Luthor, you know, Alex, why Alex didn't recognize that the reporters, interns that were interviewing him, he doesn't even comment on the fact that Lois punched him in the face the last time he saw her. He never brings that up. Lois broke into his control room, decked him in the face, and then like took over to help Superman. And then she's like with Vicky Vale, and they're just interviewing him, and he never mentions that Lois is the person who decked him in the face. It's just not, it's not a thing. And it's like, that's such a glaring story writing problem. How did I not notice that? I was so like caught up. Oh, thank you, Avina. I was so caught up in all the other nonsense that completely went past me, and I missed it. I saw the French take on Appleseed, a 2D animated movie called Mars Express. want to give it a try, I mean, I'll give it a look. And like I said, I'm looking for footage at the moment to discuss like non-human romantic stories that are focused on the chemistry between the characters as B-roll while I'm discussing that to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. So if there's something in like Mars Express that illustrates that, it would be useful to have just as like background footage. Hey Watchface, how's it going? It's going pretty good. We're testing my new mic, and from what I can see, people can hear me, which was like my big concern when I started, but it seems everybody can hear me, so that's a win in my book. And that's great because it's a lapel mic, which means that I don't have this massive microphone right in my face while I'm drawing. And I can kind of move around, and I can, you know, I have more freedom of movement. I'm not as like, I have to sit and not bump the mic and be careful of like where I am and things like that. It just kind of frees up a lot of movement for me. So then my knees don't lock up because I'm like sitting in one position for a very long time. So far so good. It'll also make recording audio a lot easier because I can record audio in the car, which will greatly reduce room noise. And if it's a lapel mic, it's just easier to be in the car and record on that versus like the stand mic, which I then have to carry with me and hold in my hand and things like that. Did you try some heavy metal vocals on the new mic? No. I don't know. Because like I don't listen to screamo, I listen to power metal, so I guess I could. I'm not like a good singer or anything. I could probably try that in the car or something and see how it picks up. Let's see. Okay, so this goes here. Do that. Does it also... Okay, it has like a thing there and then it goes down here. And then it goes down like this and then goes here. Kind of like that. And this part juts out here. And then it goes down. Okay, I think that's what's going on here. Yeah. Go up like that, go down like that. There, I think that's correct. High God and Spice only had a few characters with potential, but they were mostly the side characters. One specific one is Snapdragon, but I felt the way them bringing trans handled felt iffy. Yeah, like Snapdragon, I actually thought that her character had more potential before they decided she was trans, and that was because after they decided that she was going to be trans, every single thing about that character became about them being trans, and then they stopped having a personality. It's kind of like how Garnet in Steven Universe, she seemed like she could be an interesting character, but as soon as it was revealed that she was a fusion, she only really seemed to talk about like being a fusion. She seemed to lose a lot of relevance in terms of anything else, and that was like her main reason for existence, is to just be a representation of fusion in the world and kind of like lore dump regarding it. But it's been a while since I watched Steven Universe. I'm not the biggest fan of Steven Universe, not for any big or shocking reason. It just didn't click with me. I don't have like a big, I don't have like a massive dissertation on why I think it's a terrible show and anything like that. It's like, no, it didn't click with me. That's all. Like that's really it. But I didn't vibe with the characters, quite frankly. Like, not for any big shocking reason. I didn't vibe with them. So it's been a while, but I do remember I was quite disappointed with that regarding Garnet. It's like, because I was really interested in her to begin with. I thought she had interesting potential as a character, but then it never seemed to develop past the point of her being a fusion. Like, nothing more was ever added to that character, and her being two characters combined into one, actually I feel like made the writing of her difficult, because she isn't actually a person. She's two people. So, you know, it's a difficult, like, story writing thing. I think it can be done. It's just, I don't know whether they did it correctly. And I kind of noped out of the show around episode 70. I gave up. So I don't really know if they managed to take it anywhere, because I was just like, this isn't really for me. And I've got so many other things to watch. I'm gonna tap out. I didn't have an issue with Snapdragon's story. It might have worked out better if they had more than one season. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, they just needed to flesh out her character a little bit more and give her things which weren't connected to her gender identity. They needed to give her something which wasn't connected to that. Like, that's all I'm asking for. Just please give her something else that like identifies her as an individual. That's not just that, because it seemed like everything that did make her an interesting character, in retrospect, was just kind of signaling to the fact that, oh, she's a trans character. And once you figure that out, you know, there's nothing else. There's nothing more that you can dig into, which is kind of disappointing. Oops, wrong picture. This is what I'm doing, by the way. I was drawing this yesterday, just kind of like trying to warm up, because I haven't drawn in like 2 weeks. I finished with the studio I was working for. We finished the project. And then I was at my dad's for a while, and I was just so busy that I hadn't drawn in a while. So I was just doing something to kind of get back into it. Do this. Where does this strange thing? Okay, so it's about her hips. So here would be where it does that. There we go. Okay. Steven Universe was a show I watched and enjoyed as it was airing, but I haven't really gone back to it to see how it feels now. The other thing about it is, because of the strange way the show was structured and the pacing of it is very strange, I think it might have been excusable when it was airing, but I don't know how watchable it would be now, because important things happen, and then you have so many, like, quote-unquote filler episodes, but they don't really do the job of filler episodes either. So it's just structured very strangely. So if you were to watch it these days, and you were to watch it basically all at once, I don't know if that structure would really, whether it would work very well for that, or if it just kind of worked because of the slow release nature of it originally. Maybe it does. I don't know. It's genuinely something I'm unsure about. But like I said, my big problem with it is I just didn't really gel with the characters. What else do we need here? Okay, so she's got these side... Oops, keep doing that. Got these side things here. Like that. And they go to about there. I do think the costume that they gave her in the show itself is pretty cool. Like this one, I think it's a cool costume. I'm not entirely sure what these pauldrons are supposed to be, but I think it's neat. It looks pretty interesting. It's simple, but it's striking, and it kind of ties into Superman himself's outfit, but it's not like a direct copy of it. I think it's neat. I do think the show as a whole, it reminds me a lot of Sonic Frontiers, but it's neat. I think the design has something there. I kind of made something very strange with this arm here, but it's fine. It's fine. It's a little hard to sometimes talk and draw at the same time, so I always feel like the drawings I do when I'm not on stream tend to be better, but it's because I'm not also trying to like have a conversation at the same time. Or at least that's the cope I tell myself. Okay, this goes here, like this. There we go. Okay. Take that away, new layer. Go to pen. That's the anime pen. Is it this pen that I want? I think so. I think it's this one. Yes. I put it at 20. Then again, the only trans characters I really enjoy are from 80s, 90s, and 2000s anime. I mean, there's been some good ones since. That's the actual thing. In Hotcatch Precure, I was quite shocked when I started watching this. There's a character in it that isn't trans, but is a very obvious trans allegory, and I thought that was very interesting, and I think it's done in a cool way. Even though it's not, it's one of those things where it's not a trans character, but it very obviously is. It's about a girl, and her brother was going to be like a big martial arts champion, but he fell ill. So she had to take up that role of being this martial arts champion, and she joined the student council, the student council at the school and everything. So she feels that she has to present masculine so that she can fulfill her brother's shoes. And her big issue in the show is she doesn't want to present masculine. She wants to embrace the fact that she's a girl, and she wants to present feminine. And like her thing in the show is her embracing that. So not a trans character, but 100% a trans character. Oh, I think I missed the super chat. Hey, thanks, Catharsis. Monthly donation. Chat, does Kill la Kill count as a magical girl anime? I think it does. But I think it falls into the parody side of things. But that doesn't stop it from being a magical girl anime. Because otherwise, if you exclude Kill la Kill from being a magical girl anime, there's a lot of other magical girl anime which are parodies, where you have to say all those don't count as magical girl anime either, when they very clearly do. Because then you have to ask, like, does Madoka Magica count as a magical girl anime because it's deconstruction of magical girl anime? And it's like, it does. It's 100% a magical girl anime. And then you say, oh, well, does
received a new message.
Thank you, Evina. Does Utena count as a magical girl anime? And it does. It 100% does. So I think Kill la Kill, I would classify it as a magical girl anime, but I would, like, with the caveat of being like, yes, but it's a parody. And it's not like a parody like we would think of it. I don't know whether deconstruction is the right word, but it falls into like that area. You were referring to Itsuki Kyosanchan. Yes. I really like that character. Just in general, I think it's a very interesting character. And I think it's an interesting dilemma to give a character like that. And I think it's cool that they took this character and then gave her the opportunity to be one of the magical girls. I just think that's very neat. Hot Catch Precure is very good. It's really, really cool. It's much more lighthearted than Sailor Moon and Utena. But I don't know. Like, I really enjoy it. It brings up really cute ideas in very cool ways. I like the fact that there's a magical girl in it that used to be a magical girl and she's no longer a magical girl. She's like 60 or something. She's a grandmother, but she used to be a magical girl, and that's really cool. I really like the idea that the character that's like emotionally supportive of the current magical girls is somebody who's like an old lady who used to be one herself. That's super interesting and well done. I really wish we saw more of that in magical girl anime. Things like that, which I just think are really, really cool, really interesting. Hey, Blantosaurus. I've seen all of Heart Catch Precure, and while I don't consider Itsuki to be trans, I did really enjoy her character arc, especially since her casual wear became more feminine in the second half. Yeah, like, she's not actually trans in the show, but I think that she is enough of an allegory where those themes are obvious in her, even though she is not written to be trans exactly. You know what I mean? Why is my phone buzzing me? I already told you I did that. Okay. Are there any magical girl shows that lean more towards horror beside Madoka Magica? Yes, Magical Girl Raising Project. I haven't watched it myself, but I know for a fact that one is a horror anime just straight up. From what I understand, it's a bit like a Battle Royale show, but with magical girls. And the other one is Yuki Yuna is a Hero. It's not a straight horror, but it's like trying to be like Madoka Magica, but it's not as good. But I would consider that to kind of also fall in the horror category. I have big problems with Yuki Yuna as a Hero, but there are people who enjoy it. So I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, it's terrible, don't watch it, because some people like it. But there's just things about it that, like, I don't like. I think the idea of it is very interesting, and I'm not going to spoil it because they only reveal what's going on like near the end of the anime. I think the concept behind it is fascinating. Like, I really enjoy how the whole thing is set up, and once you figure out what's going on. I really enjoyed that part of it. I thought that was very intelligent and a really unique concept. And maybe it improves. I didn't watch the later seasons because I only watched season 1 and I didn't really like it. But maybe it improves in later seasons on the parts that I disliked. So it depends. But that's another one I would classify as being more like in the horror camp, along with Madoka Magica. So someone mind giving a kind of summary of Madoka Magica? It seems like an anime that is hard to follow at times. No, it's... Oh, sorry, the chat jump. That falls under several genres. Madoka Magica starts off like a typical magical girl show. The show is outright trying to trick you into thinking it's a magical girl show like Cardcaptor Sakura. But then the show goes completely off the rails and it starts going into the realms of like existentialism and what being a magical girl actually means, and that it has like real world on like a global scale consequences, and it deals a lot with like the subject of grief and giving into grief and hopelessness and giving into like cynical thinking and pessimistic thoughts and the nature of being a magical girl. It's very interesting. I follow a blog on Tumblr who did a live watch of it, and she is a philosophy student, and she managed to break down some of the themes of Madoka Magica a lot better than I could, especially not off the top of my head. And I'm also trying to tell you without spoiling the show. But it's really interesting. It's a reality twisting show. It kind of makes you look at things from several different perspectives, and there's some interesting playing with reality as a whole going on. It's very, very interesting. I genuinely recommend it. And it's super screwed up because it goes in about like how people can be manipulated when they're at their worst point in life into making a decision without giving them the chance to really think about what they're signing up for, and preying on people's good intentions for less than stellar reasons. And it's fascinating. It's really, really interesting. If you think Magical Girl Raising Project is bad, it's nothing compared to Magical Girl Sight. Yeah, I know almost nothing about Magical Girl Sight except the fact that it's A horror, and B, not even the people that like Magical Girl Raising Project like Magical Girl Sight. From what I saw, Magical Girl Sight, it just kind of seems like misery porn. It's trying to be as upsetting as possible. It's trying to make you feel bad. It's like purposefully trying to make you upset and just be dark and depressing in a way where it's not really doing it in a way that's clever or intelligent or to any real end goal. It's just doing that because it's kind of trying to be Madoka Magica without any of the thought that went into Madoka Magica. It kind of saw that Madoka Magica was super popular and it's this very dark show, and that's as much as it understood about Madoka Magica, so that's what it tried to copy. And it's just kind of a bad time. It's just miserable. It's like very what do the kids call it? It's very doomer pilled. It's a bad time. Don't watch Magical Girl Sight unless you're like into that sort of thing, I guess, which no judgment. But it's trying to be a bad time on purpose and not for any like constructive reasoning. It's just trying to be a bad time essentially. Thank you for the summary. It bumped Madoka Magica up on the list from recommendations. For now though, I need to lurk as there's stuff I need to get to. Have a good stream. Oh, no worries, Tridale. I hope you give it a watch. Like I said, it takes a while to get to what the show is actually about, because the show is actively trying to trick you into thinking it's a light-hearted magical girl show. Which, I've kind of spoiled, but it makes the switch to darker topics very quickly. And, I mean, these days, everybody knows Madoka Magica isn't a happy-go-lucky, flowery magical girl show. Everybody knows Madoka Magica is a little screwed up. So I don't think it's too big of a spoiler to say it's not like Cardcaptor Sakura. It is actually a very screwed up anime. But if you start it and it seems kind of lame, just give it a few episodes and it'll get going to what it's trying to be. And it's genuinely very good. It's a very, very good show. Speaking of misery porn, have you read any Oshimi Shuzo's work, like Aku no Hana or A Trail of Blood? I have. I will tell you though, I've read A Trail of Blood. It's pretty good. It didn't really do it for me, but it's pretty good. But you know what he wrote? He wrote a manga called Inside Mari. And Inside Mari, aside from the fact that it needs a trigger list the length of a grocery list, Inside Mari is probably one of the best manga I've ever read. Inside Mari is so good. It is so good. It is so thought-provoking. It is so interesting. The art is gorgeous. It has such a, its plot like keeps you hooked right from the first chapter. You are like, and you stay invested throughout the whole thing. You just stay rooted to the story and the plot and where it's going to go. And by the time you get to the end, like, it has such a good, strong payoff. And it leaves the final page or two has this very bittersweet, ambiguous ending, which I really, really like. Oh, Inside Mari is fantastic. I highly recommend Inside Mari. I saw somebody comment on that. Let me just quickly draw this eye, then I'll say. Inside Mari is great. Oh dear, Inside Mari. Hey Brian, didn't know there was a stream today. Yeah, sorry, I listed it. I should have made a community post. I was just all over the place for various reasons. When am I not all over the place though, to be honest? It's so funny to talk about these more dark and magical girl shows because magical girl shows always has had dark/disturbing stuff in them here and there. Yeah, I think a big part of that though is because the Precure franchise puts out a brand new Precure show like every year. Every single year there's a new Precure, and because Precure is very solidly aimed at little girls, it kind of has shaped a lot of people's understanding of what magical girl shows are like. Because Precure, it's made by Toei, and Toei also does the Super Sentai stuff, the Power Ranger stuff, and they kind of see Precure as like the girl version of Super Sentai. So they've got Super Sentai for the boys, and they've got Precure for the girls, in their minds, you know, because I mean, I watch both. But that's kind of why there's this large understanding of magical girl shows being strictly for little girls. When, I mean, Sailor Moon's entire third season is a trolley problem about whether it's ethical to kill an innocent person if it'll save everybody else. And if it is ethical, what does that say about you as a person? And do you take on that nasty business of being the person that kills the innocent person to save everyone yourself, just to save other people from having to make that decision? Like, that's what Sailor Moon's about. People watch like the first season of Sailor Moon, and then they don't realize like the directions it goes after the first season. But anyway, Inside Mari. Inside Mari is fantastic. What exactly is manga? Is it just a comic version of anime? The only manga I ever read is one part of the Twilight Princess manga. Manga, usually what happens is, manga is Japanese comics where a chapter is printed, usually one chapter per week, in a big magazine that publishes like several manga chapters from different artists at the same time. So once a week, you go and in Japan, you go and you buy a manga magazine like Shonen Jump or Kokohana or what's the other one? Ribbon, any of those. And it'll have an ongoing story in it that once a week gets updated. And they have like ranking systems, like how popular individual stories are. And stories that get popular enough will get anime adaptations because it is more financially viable to base a story on something which is already proven to have built-in fans, something that's already proven to be popular. So most anime is based on manga because of this. There's a very few amounts of anime which is original, but most anime is based on manga, Or if an anime is a completely original piece of work, they will often do a manga version of it. So that's what manga is. It's a little different from American comics. And the reason why is fascinating. But if I have to start talking about the history of manga, we're going to be here all day. Because I genuinely find Showa era Japanese history to be very, very interesting. I'm really fascinated by it. To make a very, very long history lesson short, after World War II, Japan during World War II and after World War II, Japan just did not have a lot of money, and a lot of people didn't have access to the movies because it was expensive to go to a movie. And so Osamu Tezuka, who invented Astro Boy, he found a way to interpret cinematic language in comic form so that people were able to get cinematic storytelling in a form that was more accessible, because you didn't have to buy manga, you could rent it. You could go to a manga store, pay like 2 yen or whatever, and then just read a manga. So it was a way for people to get entertainment that was affordable. And that's kind of formed the manga scene. That's why the manga scene exists, because it was a response to World War II and the financial issues of the time. And then it's just kind of through time evolved into what it is now. Got a favorite Sentai series? I'm still busy watching Kamen Rider Kuga, which I really, really enjoy. Okay, Inside Mari will be released August in Germany. Pre-ordered instantly. I hope it's the manga. I don't know. There's a live-action TV show, I think. I haven't watched it. I only really know the manga. But I wanted to give like a synopsis of what Inside Mari is about, which spoiler-free, just because I really love this manga. I think it's fantastic and I really want more people to read it. Just look up a trigger list because it really needs one. I just saw somebody tag me before I go into that. You know how last stream you were talking about Midori? Oh, let's not talk about Midori. And no one should watch it. One of my friends watched it and said it was the worst thing he had ever seen in his life. Yeah, don't watch Midori. Don't Google Midori. Stay away from Midori. You don't need it in your life. What the fuck is Midori? You don't want to know. It's an anime that's banned worldwide, for good reason. Every single country has a ban on the anime. It's not good. I'd rather talk about Inside Mari than Midori. Time to go. Okay, no. I'll stop you. Midori is a anime which was made by one singular person in the early 90s, and it is just CP. It is straight up CP, and not in like a way where it's trying to be sexy. It's like torture kind of stuff. And that's all you need to know. And that's why you shouldn't look up Midori. And that's why you should never ever watch it. I haven't watched it. I read the manga because I wanted to know why it was so terrible. I was like, why does this have this terrible reputation? I'm too scared to watch it. Let me just read the manga it's based on. Oh, I see. I'm never watching this. So, sorry, I bumped the mic. Don't look it up. Stay away from it. I hate bringing it up again. But if it stops you from Googling it, don't do it. You don't need to know. Anyway, Inside Mari. Inside Mari is a manga series in which a guy who has come from the countryside to study in, I think it's Tokyo, it might be Osaka, but I'm not sure. He comes to a large city to study from a very small town. However, he has basically, what's the word? Dropped out of university, but he's too scared to tell his parents. So his parents still send him like a monthly salary to live off of. And basically all he does is stay in his apartment and play Dark Souls like all day, every day. And he goes to the konbini like at 9 o'clock at night to buy his groceries and goes home and plays Dark Souls. And he sees this high school girl at the konbini every single evening. And he becomes infatuated with her. I don't think he actually wants to do anything with her. I think she's just really, really pretty. So he like becomes very enamored with her. And what he would do is every night she walks home, and this is creepy on purpose, he follows her home until he sees her walk up his stairs to an apartment. Then he turns around and goes home. And that's all he does. He follows her home in the evening. It's creepy, it's weird, he shouldn't do it, but he does it every single night and then goes home. Until one morning, he wakes up and finds himself inside Mari's body. Like he's possessed it like a ghost. And that's what the manga is about. The manga is about him being inside Mari. And he now is trapped in this 17-year-old girl's body. He has to go to high school. He has to figure out how to navigate like the social scene. But unlike a lot of other anime where they make like body swap stories, like it's supposed to be kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, oh no, I have to like wear girly outfits. I have to put on like a bra. None of that is played for jokes or to be funny in Inside Mari. If anything, it's played like body horror because he's a dude. He doesn't know what a girl's body is like. So a lot of it is terrifying to him. And he also, even though he would follow her home all the time, he doesn't actually see her that way, if that makes sense. So he like has to get dressed with his eyes closed so that he can't see himself because he just feels that's a gross violation. And it's basically him trying to figure out, how did this happen and how do I undo it? And in the meantime, he has to deal with like teenage girls at school. He has to deal like with Mari's parents. He has to keep up her grades because she's a very good student. And it starts off as this like mystery as to what's going on. And then the more you learn, the more weird it starts becoming and the less things start making sense. And it's fascinating. It's really, really good. And one part that really sold it for me is I think it's the second chapter, where he's walking to school as Mari, and he's wearing her clothes and stuff, and he's walking to high school. And every single dude he passes kind of, looks at him because Mari is a good-looking girl. And he says to himself, they make it so obvious they're staring, I wish they would stop. And then there's a panel beat, and then he says, this means Mari always knew I was staring at her. And it's just such a good moment where he kind of has to reflect on how he had been looking at her in the konbini and the fact that she was completely aware of it and just kind of having to confront that part of him. It's very good. It's really, really confronting in a lot of ways. And like I said, there's a lot of body horror stuff in that it's a dude having to deal with a girl's body in ways that he's not sure what to do. Like just going to the bathroom, he can't figure it out. At first, it's upsetting, but it's really good. It's really fascinating. It's super interesting. And the story itself is really, really interesting. Like the more you find out what's going on and how this happened and stuff, it's super interesting. Again, just look up a trigger list because there is a bit of trigger stuff in there. It's nothing like super, super upsetting. Well, it is, but it's not like you're not going to see horrible things on the page, right? It's more that it's upsetting in concept. It's not upsetting in what you see. It's upsetting on a conceptual level. It's very, very good. I highly recommend Inside Mari. I've read that. I've read his other book. His book, Aku no Hana, I didn't really like that one. Trail of Blood is interesting, but I don't like the pacing of it that much. And he has a manga called Happiness, which is about vampires. That one, it's a bit all over the place, but I actually do really like that one. It's just called Happiness. It's really, really good as well. But Inside Mari is the best one he's done. And I highly recommend that. It's very, very good. It's a generic premise executed very uniquely and perfectly. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Really highly, highly, highly recommend. So what happens to Mari? Well, this man is in her body. Where is Mari? I can't tell you because that's a spoiler. Because once you find out where Mari is, things get a lot more weirder and a lot more interesting. Because once you find out, you go, wait, what is actually going on? It's fascinating. It's so interesting. I hope she's an evil, omnipotent, sassy alien witch. No. She's not that. It's a lot more messed up than that. But, again, super, super interesting. What am I drawing? I am drawing Kara from Season 2 of My Adventures with Superman. Because I saw her outfit and I'm like, okay, that's something I can draw. And because the script is basically done, I just have to edit it. I have somebody reading over a section of it, which I'm a little unsure about, to make sure that I don't sound like a horrible bigot because I'm not expressing my opinion clearly enough. And whether, because it's a presumption, whether my presumption is on the money or if I'm just writing a wild conspiracy theory which isn't actually true. Because I actually care about my content, so I actually double check and do research when I'm unsure about something. What a concept. Would you say Junji Ito's body horror lives up to the hype? I've seen his overall visual style but haven't read the actual mangas. I think it does. It depends what manga you read of his. Some of his body horror stuff doesn't hit me right. Some of his other body horror stuff does hit me right. So it depends what manga of his you're reading. I like Uzumaki, but Uzumaki, the body horror in Uzumaki didn't do it for me. But the body horror in his short stories, a few of them really, really got to me. So it depends. Oh, and I can't read Gyo because the body horror in Gyo is to a level where I can't handle it. I can't deal with the body horror in Gyo. It's I don't know why. There's just something about the visuals in Gyo which I can't deal with it. It's not even the horror stuff because I really like horror. It's the visuals in Gyo which I don't like. It's too much. It's too much, dude. I can't do it. We've gone too far. We've gone too far, Ito. I'm down for conspiracy theories with CPUF. The thing is, though, if I'm wrong, I'll look like an idiot. And I actually don't want to look stupid to the audience. I don't want to make it sound like I'm a crazy person writing out wild theories which have no basis in reality. Like, I actually care about sounding intelligent when I say things. Instead of just like flying by the seat of my pants and going, yeah, that sounds plausible enough. No, I'd rather check just to make sure. I watched the live-action Uzumaki movie at an anime store once. It was decent. Yeah, the Uzumaki movie isn't great, and I don't really like it because it completely character assassinates one of the characters, who in the manga is like the MVP, which is main character's boyfriend. In the manga, he's like genuine MVP status, and in the movie, they kind of make him a jerk and like a borderline antagonist, and I don't understand why, because he's like one of the most likable characters in the manga. The movie isn't bad, but I recommend the manga. Shrek has unconventional romance. Yes, but not what I'm looking for. The C in CPAF stands for conspiracy. It doesn't actually stand for anything. Although when I was on the Neopets website in like the early 2000s, they would like classify you as a cheese puff if you were like new to the forums. So for a while I said that the C in CPUF stands for cheese, but it doesn't actually. But I think I've like explained where the C in CPUF comes from like a while ago. Did you hear about the Ranma and a Half reboot being made? What you feeling about it? I think it could work. The animation itself, I don't know if that'll be up to par, because the animation in the original Ranma and a Half, especially the first 2 seasons, is so good. It's animated so well. And I just don't know whether modern anime can really capture that same feel. However, I think a lot can benefit in Ranma and a Half from being updated. I think there's a lot in Ranma which will do better if they just change certain things about it. But I'm not against it, because I often feel that remakes can breathe new life into an older property. Even if they're not very good, they might encourage people to check out the original property. So unless it's like the worst thing in the entire world, I'm generally not super against remakes, because even if they suck, they encourage people to check the original. And I mean, that's good. I'm all for that. I mean, I've done that. I've checked out older original content because a remake or whatever came out. And even if I was like, oh, well, that wasn't very good, it makes me check out the original, because I'm like, clearly something must be missing, because something about the original must have been good enough for them to want to make a remake. So what was it that was not translated properly? Oops. Oh, hold on. I hit a wrong button here. Sorry, give me a sec. There we go. Sorry, music got screwed up for a second there. Favorite cheese? Just ordinary Gouda. Bubbles Blossom, Buttercup, and Conspiracy Puff. You know what? Sure. Why not? I remember someone saying a reboot of Revolutionary Girl Utena would actually be worse with modern animation. I think the same thing with Ranma. Yeah, like Ranma, it's not of its time in its writing. It is in some places, but I feel like its aesthetic is so good in the time period it came out. Same with Urusei Yatsura. The only thing I think is improved in the Urusei Yatsura remake is I think how they did Lum's hair. Lum's hair is very cool in the reboot because they did what the manga does, where her hair doesn't actually have a set one color. It tends to change depending on, what they feel like doing that day, and I think that's very cool. And some of the animation in the new Urusei Yatsura is really genuinely impressive. However, I still kind of prefer the 1980... Is it 81 or 83? No, it's 81, correct? I think Urusei Yatsura is 81. I can't remember. But I prefer the original Urusei Yatsura. I just think it's better realized than the remake, but the remake isn't terrible. And like I said, the remake did encourage me to check out the original Urusei Yatsura, and yes, it's very good, and I really like it. Oh, thanks, Indigo. I don't think people will stomach Akane's abuse. Yeah, you say that, but I mean, people were fine with it in Inuyasha. So it depends. Especially because, like, Ranma, it's played for comedy, so it's a lot more digestible, I guess you could say. The things that I think people would be less likely to excuse is the casual nudity in Ranma. I was watching a dude who is not an anime fan. He started off as not an anime fan, and he reacts to like anime intros and OPs, and it's been very fascinating watching him over the course of a year slowly become the biggest weeb in the world, just because as he got exposed to more and more anime, he found anime he really liked. But the one thing that drove me crazy is he reacted to the Ranma OPs, and he got really, really caught up on the fact that...
I've received a new message.
Thank you, Avina. In the second Ranma OP, there's just blatant nudity in the OP because it shows Ranma at a public bath as a girl. And he just got really, really caught up on that, where he was like talking about it for like a solid minute about how weird it was. He's like, I'm so confused. Why is this here? And I'm like, it's because it's a Japanese anime and they have communal bathing. They don't view nudity the same way we do in the West. It's not a big deal, my dude. It's a different culture. But still, very interesting to watch him fall down that rabbit hole. But that was frustrating. So I think that's something that in a remake might be a little bit difficult for people to swallow, because the original Ranma really was very much cultural in terms of like that communal bathing thing, where that wasn't as big a deal then as it would be now. You know what I mean? Ranma has never really been like one of my favorite animes. I've seen a lot of it, but I find it frustrating, and it's mainly because it's not my style of romance comedy, whereas I really enjoyed the romance comedy in Urusei Yatsura. But Ranma was never really up my alley. However, I did watch it a lot because the animation is so good. Oh, I forgot the outside of her arm. There we go. Shampoo is most violent. Meanwhile, I think Akane just happens to be a main character, so we see her antics the most. Yeah. But again, it's a comedy, right? It's the violence is supposed to be slapstick. Because, like, it's the same as Love Hina in a way. Although I think Love Hina is a lot worse in terms of just, like, outright abusing. It's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Just, like, the amount of damage that they put the main character through in Love Hina is on the level where it stops being enjoyable. Because the dude does not deserve the amount of violence he goes through in that show. And I think Love Hina is a lot worse for that than Ranma is, quite frankly. Because Ranma, you can kind of tell it's just to be funny. There's nothing really to it. Whereas like Love Hina, it like actually becomes upsetting after a while. Even though they also play it for comedy, it's like, dude, I'm so sick of seeing this. Please leave this dude alone. Okay, I don't want to color... Oh, no. Well, no, I don't want to color pick from this image. Because she's in the dark. I want to see if there's a better image of her in this outfit, which I can color pick from. I mean, I know, I think this is the one I have. Yeah, this is the one I have. That's her in her Supergirl outfit. Scroll down. Okay, I don't think I have a better image of her. Okay, I'll just color pick from this. Also, I need to do this strange symbol on her, what do you call this? A chest piece, I guess? See if I can do this. So go like this, then it goes down like that. Like that. And here it goes like that. I think that's correct. Merge with layer below. Turn it on. There we go. Oh, and I can turn the lighthouse feature on here. Then I can do the flats this way. Refer to other layers. There we go. Where is my super suit? All this reminds me of the Nostalgia Critic Violence Equal Comedy Notions. That was such a bad take. However, he said that like, 2012 or something. I don't know if that's an opinion he stands by. I think he might have changed his tune on that one because it was such a phenomenally stupid thing to think. I was watching a video of his recently, and he actually brought something up in it, and I was quite shocked. I'm like, wow, that's a very insightful that's a very insightful comment. So I think Doug does do things where it's a little cringe, but then he says and does other things where I think that he does have insight into what he watches. Oh, I forgot the weird thing here. I just think that because he's very much the loud is funny guy, that a lot of it like gets filtered out. And I want to say stopped. I stopped watching him regularly when he became really obsessed with like the comedy skits. And I wasn't really there for the comedy skits. But I think he's eased up on those a little bit. He still does them, but they don't take as much time as they used to in the past, from what I've seen. But I haven't watched him in a while. I just caught a video recently because I needed a clip of something he said, which I remembered he said a while ago. I didn't find the clip, but I did end up watching the video. And I thought, no, this actually isn't that bad. It was one of his more recent ones. I'm sorry I'm pestering you about this, but didn't you say you would try Metarunner? I haven't tried it yet. I've been a bit all over the place at the moment. You've drawn a much more attractive character compared to the style you're pulling from. I think you can afford to follow your gut instincts on how to color it. Yeah, it's kind of easier just to kind of have some level of reference. Where is the hole that... Oh, you know what? It's because it's here, so it's all over the place here. Hold on. I'll just close it up with this brush, and then we can move on. Yes, there we go. Okay. Yeah, Doug's still around. He's still doing pretty good views. I think his videos, they get like 50,000 per video, and he does like one Nostalgia Critic a week. And then he does other videos, or like Malcolm and what's the girl who works for him? I forget her name. They put out videos now and again. They don't get as many views, but they get decent views. They get more views than I do. So no, he's still around. I started watching, because I needed a clip as well from the Cinema Snob, Brad Jones, and I rewatched something he did back in 2012. Tamara, thank you. He did a video back in 2012, which I remember because I needed a clip from his review of it because I couldn't find clips of the movie itself. And I watched the video to try and find the clip I was looking for, and I was genuinely laughing. So I kind of want to get back to watching his stuff. I stopped watching him around the time when Change the Channel became a thing, but then it like came out that a lot of Change the Channel was made up and fake and a bunch of lies. So I want to get back to watching him because I actually do really enjoy the discussion about exploitation movies and stuff like that. Like, I genuinely find that interesting. I've got a book on exploitation films in general just because I think it's a really interesting topic. So I do want to get back to watching his stuff because he is funny. And like I said, I was watching this old review and it was making me laugh. And I'm like, man, I need to watch more Brad Jones again. This is actually really, really funny. Out of interest, have you ever been to Japan? No, I would like to go one day. I especially want to go to Kyoto. And I would like to see a lot of the historical sites. Okay, there's actually a square here. So I'd really like to go to Kyoto especially. But I'd like my friend who's also really into Japanese history to come with me so that she can like nerd out about specific locations and like explain to me why those locations are super important and things like that. Of course, I do want to see Tokyo, but Kyoto is really, really, really something I would love to see. Which Brad video? He did a review on a movie called Moment by Moment, starring what's her name? Lily Tomlin, I believe, and John Travolta. And there is absolutely zero chemistry between those two actors. Lily Tomlin, I believe she's a lesbian, and the director of the movie is the woman that she ends up marrying. And John Travolta is like the romantic lead. There is so much there's no chemistry between those two actors. It is so painful because it's supposed to be a love story. And the two characters seem like they can't stand each other. They just hate each other so much. So I needed a clip of Moment by Moment because I wanted to show it as an example of characters that have no chemistry between them. And I couldn't find the movie anywhere because it's a terrible movie that Universal doesn't want anybody to remember because it's so bad. So I had to watch Brad Jones' review of it to get a clip because I remember him covering it because that's how I learned about the movie. And yeah, it's a really funny review. Lindsay's still around, but her stuff only goes to Nebula. Yeah, Nebula, it's... I don't know what to think about Nebula. It's... And Lindsay herself, I have complicated feelings about, because when she's on point, she's fantastic. But she's also made some videos which sound very intelligent, but she's really off mark with what she's talking about. And, like, her assessment of the film isn't super great. So it really depends, because like when she's good, she's fantastic, but when she's not good, it's like I don't know about this one. Hit and miss, that's the word I'm looking for. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted membership, Mr. Blender. Welcome to Andrea and Phoenix and Lyron and Yuri and Nimbus and Olive and Walk and Julian and Koji and Husky's Rule. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've only heard through I've heard from Nebula through sponsors on YouTube videos. Yeah, the thing about Nebula, somebody said, I think it was Mauler, but I don't know. It might have been him, but don't quote me on that. He said that it's strange how people go to Nebula because Nebula markets itself as like, it's a place where we can talk about what we want without being silenced. And again, I think it was Mauler, but I'm not sure. The person who it was said, you're not being silenced on YouTube either. You just don't like the backlash when you say something stupid. And that seems to be Nebula, in a nutshell. It's run by, it's basically an echo chamber from what it sounds like. At least that's the impression I've been given by YouTubers I watch. So I might not be It might not be true, but that's what I've heard, and from what I can see, it seems like that's the case, but I don't know. I don't pay for it because I pay for Netflix, and I don't feel like paying for 1,001 subscription services, quite frankly. Mass Effect when my laptop is fixed, when this damn part comes in the mail, so I can finally play video games again. I'm losing my mind. So Nebula is just YouTube without a comment section. I don't know if it has a comment section, but basically, it's basically only allows creators that fall in line with the thinking of people who own and are already on Nebula. So they don't really welcome opinions that go against the grain to what they want to talk about. So it's quite an echo chamber, bit of a hug box. And that's just kind of the vibe that people have told me it's about. But again, I'm speaking from secondhand knowledge. I'm saying what people have told me it's like, and this isn't an opinion I formed myself. So there is a chance that that's actually not true. But that is the impression that I've been given based on what other people have told me. I do remember her video on Dune. It was one of her really early ones, and even she admitted it was crap. I didn't watch her Dune video, but I watched her video on Freddy Got Fingered, where she just explains what Dadaism is, like the art movement. And then when I did my video on why 1930s cartoons are like that, I actually read the Dada Manifesto. I watched a lot of documentaries on Dadaism, because that video took me like 9 months to make, not in terms of writing, just research, which probably isn't that long, but it was like one of my early videos, so it felt like an age. But anyway, so I read the Dada Manifesto, where the people who made Dada art explicitly explain what the art movement is about. And Lindsay's explanation of what Dadaism is just plain wrong. It's like factually incorrect. So I don't fully understand why that is. I don't really understand why she's just factually incorrect in that video. And I know it's one of her earlier videos, but that kind of made me go, I don't really know why you presented this as fact when a simple Google search and 5 minutes reading the Dada Manifesto would show you that you're wrong. I don't fully understand why this mistake was made, because in her video, she said that Dadaism was born out of cynicism, that Dada art was made by artists who were so, made cynical by the First World War that they felt that humanity has no inherent value if they could allow something like the First World War to happen, and so Dadaist art is an expression of art has no value because the human race has no value. That's what she said Dadaism is. That's not what Dadaism is. That is not what Dadaism is at all. Dadaism is a direct response by artists who were already big-name artists, who were tired of the concept that the only people who could enjoy art were rich people who would buy paintings and then put them in their mansions to show them to their other rich friends, and normal people on the street had no access to art. Yes, it was the Louvre and stuff, but it was all still locked behind paywalls essentially. And the artists who started Dadaism felt that that's really shitty, that art no longer is about art, it's about consumerism. And so Dadaism is a direct response to the commercialization of art by making art that is inherently, it can't be commercialized because it's a bunch of nonsense. That's what Dadaism is. So it was very confusing to me as to why Lindsay had this entire section explaining what Dadaism is, and it's just factually incorrect. It's just, that's not what it is. So very, very, very confused by that. And I don't know if she just misunderstood. I don't know where she got that information from. I couldn't find anywhere that said that except for her video. And I don't know if that was something that she made up what it was to strengthen her own argument in her video. Like, I can't figure out why that mistake was made. It's very strange. I don't understand it. Like, it's not something that I'm making accusations about. It's just an incorrect statement that I don't understand why it was so incorrect. It's very weird. Very, very, very strange. Also, I have a personal beef with her because my favorite animated Disney movie is The Little Mermaid. And Lindsay famously hates that movie because, in her opinion, and I quote, it's about a woman who sold her soul for a man, and that's why she hates the movie. And that is an extremely bad faith interpretation of what The Little Mermaid is about. And it completely ignores the fact that The Little Mermaid is essentially a queer story. It's not even that subtle about it. There's a lot in The Little Mermaid, especially because the original story by Hans Christian Andersen, who we very much believe in the modern day, just scholars of his work believe him to have been gay himself. And so The Little Mermaid is specifically about his attraction to somebody that he could not love, very obviously. And the Disney version of The Little Mermaid, despite being sanctified, there's a lot of that still in it. Not at all, only because its music lyrics was written by Howard Ashman, I believe his name is, who very famously died of AIDS a few years after The Little Mermaid. And other things like Ursula being modeled off of the drag queen Divine. And a lot of The Little Mermaid just very, very much is about the queer experience, the gay experience. So for Lindsay to boil it down to it's anti-feminist because it's about a woman selling her soul for a man, that's such a shallow interpretation of what the film is about. And then she made a video a few years later where she now learned all these things about the film very obviously. And I didn't watch the entire video, just as a disclaimer. But I started the video and it starts off with a lot of like pseudo-intellectual language where she's trying to backtrack what she said about the movie without admitting she's wrong. And it was very frustrating to watch. That's why I didn't watch the whole video, because I'm like, I can't deal with this. Lindsay, please just use straightforward language. Stop trying to flower this up with pseudo-intellectual speak. Speak clearly about whether or not you think that you made a wrong assessment of a film or whether you still feel that way and you simply don't like the movie. Please don't dance around the topic and dress it up in this fancy academic talk, and just be straightforward about what your opinion is. Because, believe it or not, it is actually fine if your opinion is, I was wrong in my interpretation of this movie, but I still don't like it. That's fine. It's okay to say that. But her retread on the subject was just so dodging what she wanted to say about the film, and I found it very, very frustrating. Like I said, when she's on point, she's fantastic, but there have been a few times where I feel like, Lindsay, what are you doing? You know? I am the ultimate pseudo-intellectual. I'm not, because I'm a member of Mensa, so I've got like an official smart person card that I can whip out and say, aha, see, I have been officially sanctified. I'm a real smart person. But no, like pseudo-intellectualism, man, that makes me so angry, because usually when a person is writing like pseudo-intellectually, they're not actually interested in communicating what they're talking about clearly. They're more interested in projecting the image of being intelligent onto you. So they'll often use overly academic language, and they'll use big words to make it confusing as to what they're trying to say, instead of communicating their idea in the most easily digestible way that they can manage, right? Officer, I'm a licensed smartass. Yeah, exactly. So no, it's not just Lindsay that does that. There's a lot of YouTubers that do that, where like the pseudo-intellectual talk, man. It's really, really annoying. And it's not because I don't understand what they're saying. I absolutely understand what they're saying. They just take like 1,000 years to say something that's actually very basic. It makes me crazy. Oh boy, we got a smart ass over here. Hell yeah. Got the card to prove it too. The movie Bob complex? Exactly. Good Lord. That's exactly it. Lindsay wrote an essay on the roots of transphobia and limited the conversation to trans women in the 20th century. She's so frustrating. Thank you for the super chat, Indigo. Yeah, but like I said, like her video on the Hunchback of Notre Dame, for instance, I really like that video. That video I find fascinating, even if it might not be 100% accurate, which it might not be in several cases.
Received a new message.
Thank you, Avina. But I just think her video and her opinion on it and what she feels Disney drew inspiration from, I think that's a great video. I think that's a very, very interesting video. And even her video on the monster boyfriend and why that's become more popular in recent years, I think that's a very interesting video as well. I don't know how accurate it is. It might not be, but it's a video where her points within the video sound like they make sense to me. Like I can relate to what she's saying and see the nugget of truth in there. You know what I mean? Like what she says makes sense to me. However, I would have to hear like somebody who can contradict what she says and hear their argument to hear whether I'm missing something or whether, you know, she pulled the wool over my eyes or whatever. But I really enjoyed that video. Oh, come on. Are you stuck on Alt or whatever? What is your problem? There we go. There we go. Her video on Phantom of the Opera is interesting. Her video on Phantom of the Opera is really good. I like that video a lot too. Even her video that she made on the Phantom of the Opera sequel, that one is hilarious. I actually really enjoy that video a lot. And the video she made on Cats is also really, really interesting. So it depends. She's hit and miss. I think she has more hits than she has misses. It's just when she misses, it's extremely frustrating. But I mean, that's not a crime, right? It's like, oh no, this YouTuber made a video I don't agree with. So it's like, oh no. How will I ever go on? Do that. And grab the marker. There we go. In fact, isn't this the exact mentality Rian Johnson was parodying in Knives Out? The bad faith arguments as a status symbol? I haven't seen Knives Out. There's a lot of movies where I'm like behind on because I'm too busy watching freaking, what is the movie I have pulled up on YouTube? A Hen in the Wind from 1947. Like that's what I'm watching instead of movies like Knives Out or whatever. I'm watching A Hen in the Wind. Which I have pulled up. I haven't watched it yet though, but it's I've got it open in a tab. That and Dersu Uzala. I watched that a while ago. That's very, very good. Highly recommend Dersu Uzala. And what was the film I watched the other day? I watched something recently. I watched Godzilla Minus One on Netflix because it finally came to Netflix and I'm absolutely obsessed with that movie now. And then I watched Shin Godzilla as well. Also a really, really, really good movie. But what was that I watched recently that was also like just something insane? Where it's the kind of movie where I'm like, oh yeah, I watched that recently. People are like, what are you talking about? What is this film? I'm like, I don't know, man. It looked interesting, so I watched it. Do you watch Jenny Nicholson? I do. I actually really enjoyed Jenny Nicholson's videos a lot. Her recent video, I do disagree with her because I don't like new Star Wars at all. And that's not an opinion formed by the internet. I remember watching The Force Awakens and I went to go watch it like the first week it came out. I watched it in IMAX. I watched it in like the best possible conditions to watch that movie. And I remember at the part of the movie where Rey has been kidnapped and Poe and Finn, I think, are coming to rescue her, and Kylo Ren has her like strapped to a table and there's like a big laser fight happening. And I remember sitting in the movie theater and just thinking to myself, you know, I can leave. I don't need to watch the rest of the movie. I can just walk out. I don't need to be watching this. I didn't because I think there's only one movie theater I've ever walked out on. So I watched the whole thing, but I did not enjoy that film whatsoever. So I disagree with Jenny Nicholson in terms of that. However, even though I disagree when it comes to movies and stuff, I really enjoy her content. I really, really enjoy what she puts out. Her recent video on the Star Wars hotel is excellent. It's really good and I really liked it. Gotta check out Minus One. I've heard amazing things about it. Minus One fully lives up to the hype. I heard all the hype around it. I heard how everybody was saying it's the best movie they've ever seen, etc. Blah, blah, blah. And then I watched it and it really does live up to the hype. It really, really does. Oh, wait. I shouldn't be erasing everything. I should just be erasing this. There we go. No, highly recommend Minus One. Just be aware that it is emotionally affecting. I watched a lot of reaction channels to it too, and so many of the reaction channels were like, I didn't expect to cry at a flippin' Godzilla movie. So it's one of those. It didn't make me cry, but I tend to not cry at movies. I tend to get deeply emotionally affected, but I don't like physically cry. I just sit and I'm emotionally devastated for like 3 days in a row. But it's very, very good. It's very sad, but in a good way, and it has a good ending. It doesn't have like a depressing ending or anything. Highly recommend it, especially as somebody. Oh, sorry, hiccup. Especially as somebody who I'm very interested in Showa era Japanese history, because I own a few autobiographies by Japanese creators who lived through the Showa era. I've got the manga series Showa by Shigeru Mizuki, which is like one of my favorite manga ever. I've got A Drifting Life, which is also about a mangaka who grew up directly after the war. Like it's a period of history that I'm super interested in already. And Minus One is really, really fascinating because it really touches on a lot of the zeitgeist that was happening in Japan directly after the war. So it's really, really fascinating and interesting. And it's really meaningful to me to have somebody from the Japanese culture kind of communicate that experience of living in a country with that experience, and you're watching that movie made by people who are still alive today. Because so often I watch movies like that of people trying to communicate to you their experience, but it's usually a much older movie where the people who made it are no longer around and they're expressing their experience to you through the distance of time between you and the filmmaker, whereas Minus One was made by people who are alive and kicking today. And for it to be this communication of experience by people who are your contemporary peers is very special to me. Like, I it's extremely meaningful. And as a history nerd, I really liked a lot of it too. And just as somebody who loves movies, I think it is exceptionally well done. It's made by people who love movies, and you can see that in the finished product. And it's just a genuinely well-written film. Like, the writing is very, very good. It's just a solid film. It's just very, very well done. And it's got Godzilla in it. You'll never know what movies you end up crying at. I had no idea I would cry at Edward Scissorhands, which I watched for the first time yesterday. It was so emotional. What an amazing film. Yeah, no. Edward Scissorhands doesn't touch me that way, but I fully understand why it touches other people that way. However, I did cry at the ending of Nier Automata. I've only cried at like three pieces of media. Mass Effect 3 was one of them. The ending of Nier Automata was the other. And I know there's a third one, but I can't remember what it was. It was a while ago. But I know there is a third one. I just can't remember. How's my music? Okay, it's still going good. It made me very interested in the Showa era. How the hell did they recover from this? You mean Godzilla, or do you mean like actually the real world Showa stuff? Because the Showa era in general is just a fascinating period. The fact that it's so long is very interesting. Like I said, I recommend the book. It's a manga series. I think it's 4 of them, called Showa by Shigeru Mizuki. Who I love Shigeru Mizuki. I really enjoy his work. I think he was a really cool dude. He was just super chill and interesting and positive despite the horrific things he went through. And he wrote a book about the Showa period, and it's very good, and I highly recommend it because it cuts back and forth between like history lesson over what was happening in Japan, and then it like cuts to his autobiography and things that he personally witnessed and experienced. It's very, very good. Like I said, highly recommend. I'm trying to get this hair shine correct. I think it's the other way, yeah. Yeah, that looks correct. I don't know. Something about this isn't working. Use a different one. You should use this one. This one works for most styles of hair, I find. I think I might also have gone a little bit too light. Why isn't Godzilla a true story? but yeah, of course, I am talking about the World War II devastation. Yeah. Like I said, the Showa manga is good for that because the war is only like the first. It's not the first volume. The first volume is the ramping up to the war, and the second volume is the war. And then you've got the third and fourth volume, which are after the war. So it's very, very interesting because it covers all of the Showa era. It doesn't only cover the war. And like I said, it jumps back and forth between Shigeru Mizuki's personal experience and then like actual history lessons. So it makes it like really digestible as well. Because it makes you kind of digest the more historical parts of it when you can relate it to Shigeru's like personal experience. It's very, very well done. When was the Showa era? Again, my knowledge of Japanese history is kind of limited. Oh, I see Zane answered. 1926 to 1989. I think the only time I cried about media was Haibane Renmei. Yeah, that's another one. I didn't cry at it, but it's like one of those where even though I didn't physically cry, that one hits hard. It's that one hits very hard. It's very, very good. I don't know if I like Haibane Renmei more than I like Serial Experiments Lane. I think Haibane Renmei, it's difficult to say it's a better story because Serial Experiments Lane, I mean, can you even call that a story? A Serial Experiments Lane is so weird. Like, what is it? What is Serial Experiments Lane about? I've watched it 4 times and I still don't know whether I can actually answer that. It's such a strange anime. And yet, again, I've watched it 4 times, so... I don't think Chris Stuckman is an awful critic, but he thinks giving negative criticism to movies is needlessly mean and not worth talking about. But that's objectively not true. Yeah, there's like an entire conversation about Chris Stuckman and how since he started making film himself, he seems very, very reluctant to be critical of other people's films. And there's a lot of theories as to why that is. I never actually watched Chris Stuckman myself. So I'm kind of out of that conversation just because I'm not in his audience and I never have been. So it's an interesting conversation, but it's only one that I can have like by proxy because he's not a creator that I ever followed. You know what I mean? Oh, I need to sniff. Hold on, I'm going to mute my mic so I'm not sniffing directly in your ear. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Because I do watch a lot of EFAP, right? I enjoy EFAP because when I'm animating or when I'm working on something, it's easy to have on in the background and just kind of have it play. And because they're very long, I can just put it on and I don't need to look for something new to listen to every few minutes, every hour or so. But I've had like somebody come into my comments and tell me that, oh, be careful about listening to EFAP, etc., blah, blah, blah. As if like everything I hear on EFAP, I automatically adopt and make my own opinion. And that was kind of strange to me because, you know, just because I watch a podcast doesn't mean that I'm going to automatically agree with them 100% on every single point they have about everything. They've said things where I'm like, I highly disagree. So that was kind of odd that somebody once said that to me. And I only remember it because I'm like, I'm still very confused as to what the point was saying that to me. Like, you know, it's a weird thing to say to somebody. So I'm kind of still like, I'm kind of turning it over in my mind because I guess I'm trying to figure out what they meant. It's like, what did they mean by this kind of thing? Okay. I'm going to put some shading on her hands as well, I think. Kind of make it bigger though. But yeah, I remember that, somebody saying that to me, and ever since he said that, in a way, I'm a little like, should I not be saying that that's a podcast I listen to? Like, is that like a bad thing to be like, oh yeah, I listen to this podcast. I think they have very interesting opinions. Sometimes I disagree, but they have very interesting takes, and I enjoy, because I enjoy film discussion, right? Of course. So I like listening to them. But that was confusing to me. It's like, is this something I should be like, I should be like self-aware of listening to? Very confusing to me. Very, very, very strange. Any new drama EFAP trying to stir with another YouTuber? Nah, they don't really stir drama. They talk about YouTube videos, and sometimes they disagree with the YouTube video. And that's about it. And sometimes the person that they cover doesn't take kindly to them being critical of their video. And again, that's about it. And other times they cover a video, and the person that they cover watches their coverage of it, and they go, "Oh, that's interesting." And then they come on board as like a guest in a future episode. That happens with a few people, where they're regular guests on EFAP, and it's because EFAP like was critical of a video they did, and then they got to talking, and then they just kind of became friends. That's happened a few times. No, it's fine to say it. Some people just don't project their inability to separate themselves from the media they listen to. I guess so. Again, I was just very confused. I'm like, is this something that I should be like not so vocal about watching? Is there like something I'm missing? You know, did they do something problematic? Did they get cancelled on Twitter? What's going on? That, and I actually want to I wanted to do the color here as well, because these are glowing. Like I said, I was just very confused. I was very confused and was unsure if I was missing something. In terms of emotional, impactful films, I think one piece that put me through the ringer was House of the Dragon. I thought you meant One Piece, that's why I read that weird. King Viserys' arc was a brutal tale of the challenge of leadership / ruling. I heard that House of the Dragon is like really good. I never watched Game of Thrones, believe it or not. It seems I dodged a bullet with that one. But I have heard very, very good things about House of the Dragon. Like, I've heard a lot of people highly praise it and say that it's really excellent and well written. I'll know I made it when I get cancelled on Twitter. True. Somebody told me in one of my comments that apparently Twitter was angry at something I said. I don't know. I don't go on Twitter. Like, genuinely, I don't spend time on Twitter. Mainly, and I've said this before, I don't like the way the website is structured. I don't like that I can only retweet something once, and I don't like that there's a character limit to how much you can say. So that's why I don't like the website. Disney Pixar pumping out too many sequels. Yeah, I remember I attended an animation festival in Vancouver in 2009. And there was a panel there where, I forget who it was, but the guest speaker was saying that they were very concerned about the future of Pixar due to a change in the contract it had with Disney. Now, granted, this was 2009, so the newest Pixar movie was WALL-E. So when this man was saying these things, I remember sitting there and be like, what is he talking about? The newest Pixar movie is WALL-E and it's fantastic. It's so good. I don't understand what he means. But now we're a few years later, and it seems that the things that he was concerned about are 100% what happened. So it's fascinating to like look back on and realize that in 2009, people within the business were already making concerned noises about the direction that Pixar was heading in. It was always something I like, you know, in hindsight, it's very interesting to like look back on and be like, geez, somehow that guy in 2009 was right on the money in his assessment of what was going to happen at Pixar in the future. I haven't watched Game of Thrones either, not into fantasy unless Lord of the Rings or Goblin Slayer. I mean, fair enough. Tumblr is the only social media I need. True. Like, Tumblr is like the one place, like the social media I'm on most frequently. Basically the only social media I'm on, quite frankly. Well, you can say that, but apparently people love Inside Out too, and it's making bank. I guess so, but this is the part where I have to reveal a very sad truth about myself, in that I didn't really like the first Inside Out. I didn't think it was terrible or anything. I didn't really like it. There's a lot of problems with that movie, which just kind of not ruined it for me. That's a very strong way to put it, but like there's a lot of that movie where I was like, I don't know about that. It's not really doing it for me. So the fact that there's a sequel for it immediately made me go, because now it's a sequel for a movie that I didn't think was all that great to begin with, kind of thing. This Supergirl, when you look at her, she really is just kind of a redesigned Adora in a way, isn't she? I have a darker secret. I've never watched the first one. It's okay. It's fine. Some people get a lot out of it. I didn't really. Its major failing is I never felt that her name is Riley, right? The little girl whose head you are inhabiting in the movie. You never really care about her because she's not really a character. She's like a mindless automaton who has no thoughts or feelings herself. She's entirely reliant on the emotions that live inside her head. And it makes her a difficult character to kind of latch onto, because you're like, well, what is she? And that's a big problem, because the movie really, really, really banks on you caring about Riley. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I care about her or not, because she's a blank slate who is entirely reliant on these characters that live inside her head. And the characters inside her head keep telling us how much they care about her, but she doesn't really have an existence outside of it. It's very strange. It just didn't work for me. Like, on a conceptual level, it didn't really work for me. And not helped by the very like inborn story problem of, because the characters of Inside Out, they're each a representation of a base emotion, which means a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are one note. Like, a lot of them are extremely one-dimensional because they're supposed to be an embodiment of a singular emotion, which means that they're just not very well developed characters, because they can't be, because of the very basis of the plot of the movie. You know? I have friends who like really adore that movie because they like, forget his name, the imaginary friend character. I have friends who really love that character. So I'm reluctant to be too mean to the movie, because the movie reminds me of friends that I really care about. But in terms of just like a movie, that's kind of my problem with it. You're the second of my friends to say this about Riley. The first was a mentor I highly respected as a writer, and he said it, and I was like, what? I watched 3 episodes of She-Ra and thought all the characters are lame. She-Ra is a difficult show for me because I loved She-Ra and then the last season happened. And I have never in my life seen a cartoon or show or anything squander all the really amazing character writing and plot it had built up to in one season. It just destroyed everything that had been built up to that point. And it made me so angry. I had to, like, when it first came out a few years ago, I had to blacklist the word She-Ra from my feed because I would see people praising it and I would just become, like, furious because it was so badly done. It, like, personally offended me. It was so horrible. I've chilled now, obviously. It's not that big a deal. It's a cartoon. But She-Ra is difficult because I still think the seasons before the final season, I still think are very good. I think season, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the last season is 5. I always forget if the last season is 4 or 5. But the seasons before the final seasons, I think, are very good. The first season kind of doesn't live up to snuff, but it's the first season, so it's okay. And then once it gets going, it's very, very good. And then the final season just completely ruins everything that was good about it. It's like, it's so frustrating, especially with how good the previous seasons were. Like, if it was just kind of a mid-show, I would be like, oh, it's a shame. It was alright. It kind of completely shat the bed at the end there. But the fact that it was as good as it was, and then completely destroyed what it had, like, that's what was so infuriating about it. It was that it was a very good show. And then it just, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with that show. It's like honestly baffling to me. I've never seen the show destroy the character writing it's built up for so long. Game of Thrones has entered the chat. Okay, fair. But, as I said, I never watched Game of Thrones. But I did enjoy watching the fallout. I really enjoyed everybody's discussion when it happened. And like how people explained why they were so upset about it. It was a fascinating discussion there for a few years. It was really interesting. Like I said, I would like to cover She-Ra at some point. I just haven't because it is super frustrating. And before I like started getting a certain number of people watching my videos, I was afraid that if I covered She-Ra, I would have like people absolutely coming for me because I'm critical of it as the final season. It's not even the entire show, it's just the final season I have a problem with. But there are people who like, they treat any criticism of that show as if you're like doing a mortal sin or something. Like you're not allowed to have a critical opinion of the show in any way, shape, or form. So that was one of the reasons I haven't covered it up until now. And at the moment, I just think there's more relevant topics of conversation, like Hazbin Hotel. I think there's much more interesting things to say about that show because it's an indie project that then got picked up for mass release, and I think that's very interesting, and I think there's a lot one can say about that. And Velma too, because the first Velma was really good for my channel, so I think covering the second season would also be a smart decision on my point in terms of my channel as a whole. But I still would like to talk about She-Ra at some point, just to kind of dissect why I think the final season is as terrible as it is, especially for a show where it wasn't even good, it was really good. It was like genuinely really, really, really good. And it was good for what it had on screen. It wasn't good because it was promising for good things to happen eventually. Because a lot of people are like, oh, the early seasons are good, but they only really say that because the early seasons promise something that was never delivered upon. Whereas the seasons of She-Ra before the final season, they're good on their own. They're not good because they're promising good things eventually. They're good shows on their own. Like, it's good storytelling on its own merit. And, yeah, then the final season happens and it's like, what the hell happened here? who wrote this? Did the same people write this? Because I can't believe the same people wrote this. Not even because, oh, it's bad. It's just, there are characters which never show up again that were like crucial the entire bunch of seasons before that. And you just never see them in the final season. And they're just completely sidelined. And there are characters acting bizarrely out of character and are contradicting the way they behaved in previous seasons. It's baffling. And then it completely steals its emotional climax from Revolutionary Girl Utena, where it's literally just a shot-for-shot remake without any of the depth or what made the finale of She-Ra, that made the finale of Utena as good as it is. None of that is in She-Ra, but then they copied it shot for shot. And it's one thing to copy another show shot for shot. It's another thing to do that for the emotional climax of your show. That's insane. And it's not a 9, it's a 4. And also, like, the one character who very, very blatantly abused Adora and Catra throughout their entire lives. They decided to give, like, I don't even want to say a redemption arc, because it's not a redemption arc. Like, she sacrifices herself to save Adora and Catra, and she basically does, I only abused you for your own good because I saw potential in you. I've always loved you. And then she blows up. And I'm like, what the hell was that? What? You took the abusive character who is like, you can't argue the fact that she is not blatantly written to be abusive. And you tried within like the last 5 minutes for her to turn around and go, oh, by the way, JK, I always loved you. And then you had to expect the audience to buy into the fact that Catra and Adora are sad that she's dead. And I'm like, what is this writing? What are you talking about? You know, it's baffling. It's not even that it's bad. It's so confusing. You're like, why did you write it this way? It's insane. Absolutely insane. It's not even that. It's not bad. It's just insane. Did Scrappy Doo basically replace most of the cast for a couple of years? I don't know if you're talking about She-Ra, but you might be, because I would believe it. Oh no, you guys aren't talking about She-Ra, which is kind of funny. I thought you meant like Scrappy Doo replaced the writers on the final season of She-Ra, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, Darth Vader had his hella redemption arc in the last 5 minutes of Return of the Jedi, I guess, but Darth Vader's redemption arc is less about Darth Vader and it's more about Luke Skywalker. You know what I mean? It's less about forgiving the horrible things Darth Vader has done, and it's more about Luke Skywalker not betraying his moral code of feeling that there is still good in somebody and that he should believe in that. You know, that he shouldn't give up on a person just because if he feels there is good in somebody, it's worth trying to reach that, regardless of the terrible things they've done before. If there's some good in somebody, it is worth trying to appeal to that and bring it to the surface. That's why so many people had a problem with The Force Awakens, where Luke had a bad dream about Kylo Ren, so he tried to kill him. You know? But yeah, so that's why the redemption arc in Star Wars, I think, works, because it's not really about redeeming Darth Vader. It's about Luke's journey. It's not really about Darth Vader. So that's kind of the difference there. Whereas with, I saw somebody say her name is Shadow Reaver. I'm terrible with names. I forget things. Whereas Shadow Reaver, it was genuinely played as an emotional beat where we're supposed to feel sorry about the fact that the child abuser blew herself up, and that Catra and Adora are going to pretend that her saying she loved them undoes the lifetime of abuse that she inflicted upon them. And it's insane. It's insane writing, and I don't know why they made that decision. It's really bad. It's not only bad because it's stole from Utena, and because that's like a personal insult to me because I love Utena. There's a lot wrong in the final season of She-Ra, even if you remove the fact that it copied Utena. There's a lot about that season that's terrible. It's the Shadow Reaver stuff, it's the way it treated Hordak, it's the way it treated, what's her name? Entraptor, it's the way it treated Entraptor, it's the way it wrote Catra herself, it's the way that Bow responds to Catra's no longer being a villain. There's so much wrong in the final season that the copying of Utena is the least of its problems. That was just like the cherry on top. It was like the final kick in the pants. It's so bad. Anyway, I'm going to turn off my tablet, so this is my computer, not yours. And I'm going to save. It is now 10:30. A friend of mine actually gifted me a VTuber model, but I don't think my laptop, this laptop at least, has the RAM to run both it and Streamlabs and stream at the same time. Because what I would like to do is, because I usually like chatting after I'm finished drawing, right? And when I get maybe my gaming laptop set up, I would like to have my VTuber model just on screen while I'm chatting for like the last half hour, because otherwise you guys just have to like stare at my screen. But I like chatting for a little bit. Don't worry, Virgil, I'm still gonna hang out for a little bit longer. They made such a decision because PCing a villain is easier than figuring out human interaction, I suppose. Maybe. There's, like I said, there's decisions in the final season of She-Ra that just feel insane. Because I can't for the life of me understand what the logic was behind doing that. Because like in my adventures with Superman, when insane things happen, I can at least rationalize that, okay, they wanted this scene to happen in the show, but they didn't have the writing prowess to set it up naturally. So what they had to do was they had to give their characters idiot juice and make them do things which don't make sense so that they can reach this emotional scene that they wanted to happen. Whereas in She-Ra, things happen and I can't understand why. Like, I cannot come up with a logical reason for why things happen in the final season of She-Ra. It just doesn't make sense to me, right? It's just baffling and confusing. A SEPA VTuber model? Yeah, my friend made it for me. Like I said though, this computer I don't think has the RAM to run everything at once. But one day when my gaming laptop is functional, I'm gonna try and see if I can stream from there, so that when I'm done drawing, I can have my VTuber model pop up and she can move around on screen while I'm talking, so you guys have something to look at instead of just the screen. Honestly, I would have been fine with them killing Shadow Reaver off if it weren't for how they tried to go, oh, she actually loved Catra and Adora. Yeah, like, there's a lot you could do with that character. You can even make her try and say, I did it for your own good, and have Catra and Adora reject that because of the damage that Shadow Reaver did to them, and that would have been fine. Like, there's a way to write that plot point and have it make sense. It's not that they had to do something completely different, it's just the way that they did it makes no sense. Like, it actively does not make sense to me. Natural setup versus idiot juice. Yeah, I don't know how else to say it, because like, the characters in My Adventures with Superman will do things that just no rational thinking person would do. And the only reason they do that is because there's a scene coming up that the writers want to happen. And they don't know how to write it so that scene happens naturally. So they have to have their characters do insane things to get to that emotional scene. For instance, in the upcoming video, in the script, I've already finished the script. I just need to clean it up. I repeat myself a lot because I don't know whether people come in late. And so I just repeat what I've said earlier in the stream, just in case they weren't here. But the script is finished. I just need to edit it, and I'm waiting on a friend who's just helping me with the section where they're making sure that I'm writing from an assumption, and they're making sure that I don't sound like a crazy conspiracy theory person, and that what I'm saying actually has some relevancy in reality. But in the upcoming script, there's a point in season 10 where the bad guys, for lack of a better term, come to the Kent's farm where it's Ma Kent, Pa Kent, Lois, Jimmy, and Clark. And the bad thing happens. So Clark grabs Ma and Pa Kent and flies them away so that they're out of danger. And then he has like an emotional scene with them where he's like, this is what I have to do. I'm Superman. I have to face this villain. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, why didn't you take Jimmy and Lois? Why did you take Ma Kent and Pa Kent? You took them out of the range of fire and you left Jimmy and Lois behind. And then you cut back to Jimmy and Lois and they're getting shot at by robots. And you're like, Clark, why did you leave Jimmy and Lois? They were all standing next to each other. Why did you grab your parents, get them away out of the line of fire, and just leave Jimmy and Lois? Because you're Superman, you can carry all four of them at once. Why? And then you know why. It's because the writers of the show wanted an emotional scene of Superman talking to his parents about the fact that I am Superman. This is what I have to do. And they wanted that scene, but they couldn't have that scene if Jimmy and Lois were there. So they had Clark pick up his parents, get them away from danger, and just leave Jimmy and Lois behind for no reason. Because the show wants Jimmy and Lois to be there for a scene coming up later in the episode. And they can't have that if Clark has a functioning brain and decides to get all his friends and family away from danger. Because if they did that, then Jimmy and Lois can't be there for later on scenes. You know, you see what I mean? It makes no sense. Like, they wrote it that way for emotional scenes that they want to happen. But it makes the characters all act like they're functioning at like half capacity. Because nobody would do that. Nobody would do that it doesn't make sense. And it's because these characters aren't written to function logically. They're written to hit emotional beats that the writers want. But the writers aren't skilled enough to write those emotional beats in a way that like is natural and makes sense. It's insane. By that point, Clark knows that Jimmy and Lois has plot armor. You know what? That's true. I mean, Pa Kent dies in so many Superman stories. Maybe Clark Kent just knew that Pa Kent especially was in danger, so he better get his parents out of there. It's maddening. And it's maddening because there are other shows that exist where the writers like really tried to write a good story that made sense and all the characters worked very well and were very intelligent and worked very hard to fix situations that they were in. And they're not even like award-winning, amazing shows that everybody has reverence for, right? Because like everybody references like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Everybody is like, that has some of the best writing in a cartoon ever. But the thing is, you don't even need to go to Avatar to be like, you see, this is how this show should have been written. Because the show I was thinking of was, believe it or not, Beast Wars from 1996, Transformers Beast Wars. And Beast Wars, it's a good show. It's not like this amazing cartoon or anything. But the writing and character work in Beast Wars, when stuff happens in Beast Wars, everything makes sense. And why I use Beast Wars as a comparison is because, like, when they were writing Beast Wars, the writers weren't getting answers from Hasbro as to what the world building was. Because, like, for the entire first season, the writers didn't even know if the show was supposed to be taking place on Earth. Because Hasbro wasn't telling them, because Hasbro couldn't decide. Hasbro couldn't decide because they wanted to figure out how that would impact toy sales. So, like, for the entire first season, the writers didn't even know where the show was taking place. So by the time you got to the season finale and you find out it does take place on Earth, that was like a last minute decision because Hasbro finally gave them the go-ahead. And yet when that show came out, like, Transformers fans lost their minds because they were like, holy shit, it was Earth all along. That makes so much sense. All of these pieces fall into place. And so, like, to have a badly written show, you can't say things like, oh, well, it's just a kid's cartoon. Oh, well, we shouldn't take it that seriously, because then you're insulting all these shows that were written in the past that writers put a lot of effort and thought into to make it a good product. They like really worked hard to make these shows be good products, and they achieved it. So to then look at a badly written show and then excuse it, you're insulting these older works, because you're implying that that was just luck, that wasn't the result of applied effort, you know, and that's why I find it insulting. Beast Wars has horrifically dated animation, but its writing is timeless. Exactly. Beast Wars looks like trash. I'm sorry. It's very impressive for what they were able to achieve at the time. But as is the case with most CG, it looks horrible. But the character writing in Beast Wars is so good that you can still watch it. You can watch it today. You can laugh at the horrible animation, but you can still watch that show and actually be invested in what's going on, just because the writing is so good. Have you watched any more Transformers shows like Prime or Animated? I watched Animated. I have issues with Animated. I felt that the final season of Transformers Animated was very mean-spirited, and it really turned me off the show as a whole. I was enjoying it up until that point, but season 3, I don't know what it was. I would have to rewatch it, but it just came across as like really nasty from a writing standpoint, and like really mean-spirited. That's the best way I can describe it. It like gave me a very icky feeling watching the final season. Like it just made me feel bad. But again, because that's such a vague reason as to why it didn't gel with me, I would have to rewatch it and like watch it with the knowledge that that's how I felt when I watched it the first time. Try and figure out what it was about that show that made me feel that way. What is it here that went wrong for me? Because it wasn't that all the characters became idiots, right? It wasn't something like that. There was something in the writing that changed in the final season that made it an unpleasant watch. I watched some of Prime, but I didn't get very far in it. And I can't remember a reason. I just think it was probably the ADHD, where there were other shows which I was more interested in. And so because Prime wasn't holding my attention as much as other shows, I just stopped watching it. I don't think there was anything wrong with the show itself. It's just one of those things, it just happened. Maybe because of how the show got cancelled before its planned full season. Yeah, something like that. Because there are things that, like, there are characters who get killed off in Transformers Animated that are so mean and, like, nasty for no reason. A big one is Zip. I believe that's the character's name, I think it's Zip. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, terrible with names. And I'm not like in the Transformers fandom. So a lot of the names I'm not as familiar with compared to like a show that I'm very, very invested in. Like I know most of the characters in Mass Effect, for instance. But Transformers, some of the character names just slipped past me. But Blur, thank you. Okay, so Blur, spoilers for Transformers Animated. Blur has to get back to Cybertron to relay a very, very important message of information that the Autobots have discovered. So Blur, in this desperate attempt to get this vital information to Cybertron, figures out a way to basically break the laws of physics so that he can get to Cybertron. He does this incredible act to get to Cybertron and get this information to the people that need it. And then he gets crushed in a trash compactor. He never ever gets the information to Cybertron, and nobody knows what happened to him. He gets crushed, turned into a cube, and dies, and nobody ever mentions him ever again. And I'm like, this character broke the laws of physics trying to... He essentially did something extremely heroic, ended up dying, and nobody ever like asked, hey, does anybody know what happened to Blur? And you know, like, it's not even the only case of that happening in the final season, where it's just nasty things like that, where I'm like, you kill off a character in such a horrible way, and then you don't even give any like significance to that death whatsoever. You don't even have the other characters acknowledge that he ever existed. And it's a really icky feeling watching that final season. And as somebody said, it's most likely because the 4th season was cancelled, but I don't know. I had a friend of a friend who had this is such a my wife's roommate's uncle's boyfriend. But anyway, I had a friend who had an ex who worked on Transformers Prime. And the friend of the friend said that their relationship was falling apart right around the time he was working on that show. And it was something about how the development of that show was impacting their relationship just because of what the people running the studio were asking the people working on the show to do in terms of like crunch work, and it was just a very unpleasant atmosphere to work in. So I think that might also have definitely played a part in why the show turned out the way it did. I also don't know whether the friend's ex was going through a bad time, and I believe they were in a higher position on the show, and whether the difficult time they were going through was impacting the writing and direction of the show on an emotional level as well. I mean, that's entirely possible, but it just sounded like it wasn't great conditions to be working in, and I think that is reflected in the final product as well. And I'm sure that getting cancelled before you get to your final season didn't help at all for morale whatsoever. Catharsis says, oh, here we go. I should write an in-depth review of the Peppa Pig universe. Honestly, go for it. Like, sometimes there's people who do like insane videos on YouTube and they are 100% being serious, and then there are people who do these insane videos and they are fully aware that it's a shitpost, but they're like, dude, I know this is a shitpost, but let's just go down this insane rabbit hole because I think it'll be funny. You know what I mean? That to me is the biggest problem. That to me is the bigger G of T problem. John and Tyrion both lose someone in season 4 due to their own actions, but the subsequent season do jack shit with this. I missed what that was about. Oh, you're talking to Brian. Sorry, I'm reading conversations that I'm only getting half the conversation about. Friend of a friend's dog's best friend's other owner's fiance. Exactly. Yes, exactly. A Peppa Pig cinematic universe is a tour de force. Is it like Kirby, where you go into like the lore of the Kirby games that don't happen in the games themselves, and you like find out all the lore stuff that goes on in Kirby, and you're like, what the hell is going on? The Kirby is insane. Kirby is basically like a Lovecraft story. It's genuinely fascinating. Fentress is just saying, no, don't get into Kirby lore. I mean, someone has made a full review of The Lion Guard and kept my attention the whole time. Absolutely. Like, there's videos. I've watched so many videos on subjects I have zero interest in, but I watch the entire video just because the way that it's presented, it's genuinely interesting. And I want to hear the person that clearly cares about the subject matter explain it to me. I've watched a lot of videos like that. It's why I've seen so many videos about sport. And again, I don't care about sport, but I watch so many videos of people who do care about sport explaining sport to me just because it's interesting and fascinating to me. Like, do you want to get into the socio-political theological intrigue in the universe of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? No, because I was in the fandom of My Little Pony up until season 4 came out, and the people who took it that seriously was one of the reasons I stopped like being part of the fandom, because it was exhausting and it just became not fun. So no, I don't want to discuss the theologies and like socio-political intrigue of My Little Pony, because it was exhausting in 2014 and it's exhausting today. I watched a 5-hour documentary on NASCAR when I've never watched a NASCAR race in my life. You need to link that, because I watched Imp Lemon's videos on NASCAR, and they're fascinating. I love Imp Lemon's videos on NASCAR. I've watched all 3 of them multiple times. They're so interesting. I'm back. What did I miss? Not much. I'm just shooting the shit because I finished Kara, and I was saying how one day when I get my gaming laptop up and running, a friend of mine made a VTuber rig for me. So when I'm finished drawing and I'm just talking for about half an hour afterwards, it would be nice to have the VTuber just on screen so you guys have something to look at that isn't just my face, like not even my face, a blank image on the screen, because I think it would be nice to have some kind of visual representation that's like active. And I just think it would make the streaming experience like a little more fun, you know. We'll see if I manage it though. We'll see if it works out. I would like to try it though. Can't recall who did the video in question, but it was one claiming The Incredibles is about eugenics. And I'm thinking, who dropped you as a child? It's like this one guy, I think I mentioned him. There's a guy on YouTube, he does videos only about The Shining. He has like a weird hyperfixation on it. And he'll make videos about The Shining. And it'll start off and he'll be discussing something that's genuinely interesting about The Shining. But then as the video goes along, it like becomes more unhinged. And when you get to the end of the video, he's discussing things that are just blatantly not in the movie. And you're like, dude, what are you talking about? So yeah, there's a lot of that on YouTube as well. I think the problem is like, it was such a fine line between the people who were unironically into the fandom that hard and the people who did it because it was just a funny joke. Yeah, and the problem is I didn't fall into either of those categories. Like the 4chan brony fan group, I couldn't stand them. And then the people who like really got into comparing like My Little Pony to like real world politics and like political structure, I couldn't stand them either. So I was caught in this horrible space where I was really into the fantasy aspect of it. And I really like the characters, and Discord is still one of my favorite characters ever in a cartoon. I love Discord. He's such a cool character. So it just sucked because you didn't fall into either one of these groups, and they were like, I don't know if they were the vast majority or if they were just like the loudest groups, but it was really unpleasant and I didn't enjoy it. So I stopped watching the show and stopped being part of the fandom just because it was exhausting and it wasn't fun. I respect YouTubers who manage to do content on like one thing and one thing only. It's admirable, but I think it's very risky, especially if it's like something that's a hot topic, because you're putting all your eggs in one basket. However, then you have people like, I've been watching Patrician TV's review of like Starfield and Skyrim and Oblivion, and they're like, his Skyrim video, I think, is like, what, 12 hours long or something last I checked? His Starfield video is 8 hours, and it's fascinating. It's really good. I haven't watched his Morrowind video because I love Morrowind. I love Morrowind to death. And it's one of those things where it's like difficult to hear somebody be critical of it. So I'm like worried he's going to be mean to Morrowind, because there's a lot in Morrowind to be mean about. Make no mistake. There's a lot about that game which is scuffed. But it's a game that means so much to me, I don't want to hear a critical analysis of it. However, his video on Oblivion is very, very interesting. His video on Skyrim is very interesting, and his video on Starfield is fascinating to me. I think I had the most fun with his Skyrim video, and his Oblivion video made me the most annoyed, not at him, but at Oblivion. Because I remember Oblivion coming out, and just it was the first time I was disappointed in a piece of media that I've been waiting a long time to come out. And you know, when you're very young, like 2 or 3 years, that feels like an eternity. And then Oblivion comes out and you're like, what the hell is this? So then I watched Patrician TV's video on it, and he goes into a lot of detail why it's not great. He goes into detail why it's good as well. But the reasons why he points out why Oblivion isn't great, and it's mostly on a story writing point of view, it just helped crystallize what it was when it first came out and I started playing it that I didn't like about it. Because I mean, I played it when I was like a teenager, and quite a young teenager at that. So you can tell that the game isn't doing it for you, but you can't figure out why. And because I didn't like it that young, I never played it again because I didn't like it. Whereas Morrowind, I've played a bunch of times. So, really, really interesting. But he's a YouTuber that like only makes content about Bethesda. And I mean, he's done like the Outer Worlds and stuff as well, which aren't Bethesda, but you know what I mean. Like that's kind of where he's put his focus on. but also because his videos are so long, they're 8 hours long, he takes like a year to make a video. But I think it is a tricky position to be in, because now you only cover this publisher and these types of games, and I think it's risky. But I think in his case, it might pay off, because his videos are so long. So you can try and watch it in all one shot, and you probably can. But usually people will watch it throughout the course of a few days, and every single time you click on it, it counts as a view. So longer videos do well, because you get more views on it, even if it's just somebody who's like rewatching parts of it. So it works out in a weird way. Oh no, he loves Morrowind. Oh, that's good at least. Because again, Morrowind is scuffed. There's a lot about it that's not good, but I can't be critical about it, because I am in love with the parts of it that are good. It's kind of like Mass Effect. I can't watch videos that are critical about Mass Effect, because I know there are things to be critical about it, and I know where a lot of shortfalls lie with the trilogy, but I like it so much that I don't really want to delve into the critical analysis of it and the breaking down of what works and what doesn't, just because I enjoy it so much for what it is, right? But maybe I'll check out the Morrowind video then. But like I said, Oblivion video of his is very good. His Skyrim one is probably my favorite, and his Starfield one is very interesting as well. Oh, and his Fallout 76 one is also really interesting, because it's a weird multiplayer kind of experience. So that was very fascinating as well. Well, Patrician TV could move to other content. I'd argue that having such long videos means that he has far fewer videos that force him into the Bethesda tuber niche. I guess so, yes. Because I remember, who was the guy? There was a guy, I forget his name. He would make like things you didn't know about Skyrim videos, and he just disappeared. He just like stopped one day, and I don't know why. I think it's none of my business. He just stopped. But I do wonder if it's because how many times can you talk about things that are in Skyrim before you start repeating yourself? And it might just be he reached a point where he couldn't find anything new to talk about, right? He took a year for his Skyrim video. How much time did you spend on High Guardian Spice? I didn't spend it. I think I spent like 6 months on it. And my review of High Guardian Spice was a little scuffed in how I was approaching it. Even with the My Adventures with Superman reviews, they've been a little bit scuffed so far. I'm trying to look at how I write my script. And the way in which I watch the show, because obviously I watch the show multiple times to write the script. And because I'm so verbose in my scripts, I don't intend to be, it just happens that way. I want to get to a point where I'm far less focused on unimportant details, where I can just kind of go, ignore the things that don't matter and focus on the big important parts of the episodes instead. So I'm trying to improve my writing process, because I think that's something where it's not that it's bad, it's somewhere where I would like to improve that, because I really enjoy writing scripts. So it's something that I really want to get better at, because I enjoy it. I enjoy expressing how I think about things and stuff. That's why I started a YouTube channel. So I kind of want to focus more on how I can improve the writing part of it. Anyway, my point is the High Guardian Spice review was very much off the cuff. A lot of it was like thinking as I wrote. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Mr. Bender. I almost called you Mr. Blender for some reason. But yes, High Guardian Spice was a lot more off the cuff. Whereas I'm trying to be more structured, and I'm kind of learning and figuring out how to do that in terms of like writing process, because I don't have any like formal education in writing. So, and again, it's writing for YouTube, right? Which there's some similarities to essay writing and stuff like that. And I've given lectures at colleges and stuff before, but you're kind of figuring out as you go along, and you're trying to figure out like how to get better at it. And it is something that I would like to get better at and be more direct in my criticisms, instead of worrying about things which in the large scheme of the show don't matter as much. And so it's a bit of a waste of time.
Received a new message.
Thank you, Avina. And it's not as big of a thing to focus on when there are more pressing matters. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I feel the things that don't matter build up a painting that shows the major issues that do matter. Yes, see, that's the tricky thing. Because why a lot of my scripts are verbose is because even though I might mention something and it doesn't seem to have a point in the moment, it's because later on in the script, what I've mentioned before is put into context for what I'm talking about, right? So that when I get to that point, I've already mentioned the thing that I'm about to talk about. So you already have context for what I'm about to say and what I'm about to dissect. So it's tricky, but that's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to learn how to balance those two things and how to just improve them and make it better. You know what I mean? So yeah. I went off a tangent there, but my point is the High Guardian Spy script was a lot more slapped together than Patrician TV, who he really constructs his scripts in a very tight manner. He's very I've watched the episode where he was on EFAP. I've watched that multiple times because it's hilarious. And how he discusses how he writes his scripts is interesting to me. He uses a wiki system. It's very, very interesting. But it just showed me good Lord, they put so much thought into the structure and things, and I am so not as organized. By the way, the stream is helpful procrastination time from revising my novella while I contemplate how to break my main character of some Mary Sue tendencies. Yeah. The Mary Sue is an interesting discussion. That's something, I haven't really brought it up in my videos yet. I have and I haven't, because I never really use the word Mary Sue. And it's not because I disagree with it or anything like that. It's because I feel when you say the word Mary Sue, especially in a video essay, it's almost like a conversation killer, because people have a preconceived idea of what a Mary Sue is. So when I say this character is a Mary Sue, my idea and concept of what classifies a character as a Mary Sue might be different from the audience member. And if I say this character is a Mary Sue, the audience member comes in with a preconceived bias of what I mean. So it's much more worthwhile to kind of just jump over calling something a Mary Sue and just kind of immediately going to the explanation of why a character is bad. Because Lois in My Adventures with Superman, she very much is a Mary Sue, but it's not for the reasons that a lot of people would call characters a Mary Sue. Lois to me is a Mary Sue because she's never called out for her actions. She is in the beginning of the show, but as the show goes on and she does worse and worse things, the other characters become less and less inclined to call her out or hold her accountable for the horrible things she does. And it's because Lois is such a writer's pet. That's the word I use. The writers are so attached to her character. They like her so much that they don't want anything bad to happen to their baby. So they allow her to get away with horrible things. So that to me is a Mary Sue. But I don't call her a Mary Sue in the video because other people's conception of what a Mary Sue is something like they're overpowered or they can do things very easily. They don't struggle to achieve things. So if I were to say Lois is a Mary Sue in the video, somebody will come in and say, well, that's not true because she's not overpowered. Everybody doesn't like her immediately. She doesn't do things perfectly the first time. You know, there are all these things that don't make her a Mary Sue, and that's because the audience member has a different definition of what classifies a Mary Sue than I do. So that's why I don't really use the word Mary Sue, even though I do think that is a problem in writing. I just feel that the word itself is a bit of a conversation killer. That's at least the start as a writer's pet. Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's when the writer feels, I don't want anything bad to happen to this character because they're my baby, you know, which is a weird way to treat a character because, again, if you're on Tumblr, you know that the sincerest form of affection towards a fictional character is to put them through the horrors. So I don't fully understand the concept of not wanting anything bad to happen to the character you like so much. But again, that taps into the part of my script that I'm having a friend look over before I just start speaking this vast conspiracy theory as to why I think that happens a lot with characters, like why writers will treat certain characters that way, where they just let them get away with things, and why it happens so often in media that very publicly market themselves as progressive And it has nothing to do with being woke. It's got nothing to do with being woke. It has everything to do with how the character writing happens. But again, I'm having a friend look over that part just to make sure that I'm not writing an insane conspiracy theory and that it actually like makes sense, you know, and that I'm just not, because the worst thing is, I've seen it happen in other videos. The worst thing is when somebody makes an assumption and then they have like a 10-minute diatribe based on an assumption they made, and then you, the audience member, is aware that the assumption isn't true. So you just kind of sit there and cringe because you're like, dude, no. Dude, no, you're off base. No, please stop talking. You're so off base. This is so not, your entire assumption is incorrect. And it's like really painful to sit through. So I just want to avoid doing that, and just kind of make sure that my assumption has some level of reality to it. And that I'm not going to make a fool of myself by saying something that is just completely off the mark and untrue. So maybe I shouldn't be as worried. She's not much of a pet since there are already much more interesting characters in the cast. A different problem, but a better one. Yeah, like I said, the Mary Sue problem is very much the character who can do no wrong, is good at everything. The Mary Sue character exists to try and convince the audience to love this character by making them as flawless and cool as possible. That's what it boils down to. I'm seeing people say lapis lazuli in the chat. I don't think I got that far in Steven Universe. I stopped watching when Peridot showed up because I liked Peridot. I thought she was very cool. She was the one character I really enjoyed. And then like the other characters, when she shows up, treated her so badly for no reason that I was like, okay, I think I'm done. They're just bullying the one character I like. So I don't think this show is for me, and I stopped watching. So I don't think Lapis Lazuli had showed up in like any major capacity yet. I think she showed up, but nothing had really been done with her yet. I did, Zane, I did draw Lois Lane before. I can put the art I did for her on a community post, but I can open it so long. Let me grab it quick. Where am I? My art. Oh no, it'll be under speed paints. So go to speed paint. Go to stream stuff. Let's see if I can find Lois. I actually can't find Lois, but I know I drew her. If I can't find her, maybe we'll draw her next time. If she has like a new outfit in the second season that we can draw or something, that might be cool. I see that they have like, in some promotional art, they have like cat ear spacesuits. For reasons that I don't understand because I haven't watched season 2. Like, look at this. Like, they have these, I guess they're cute, I just don't really understand why. But I suppose it's one of those things where it doesn't really have to have a reason, it's just, it's cute because it's cute, which, okay, fair enough, right? Alright, it doesn't have to have a reason, I suppose. Grab some Coke. Good, I will not accept Peridot's slander. Peridot is like the best character in the show from what I saw. And from what I've heard other people say, like she's like the fan favorite. Lapis is really bad, but the writers loved how hot they made her. Ugh. Lapis Lazuli started off rather fascinating, but then, like many things in Steven Universe, her storyline and character falls flat on her face. That's my experience up until what I watched. Because like I said, I was really invested in Garnet. But then the second they kind of explained that she was a fusion, they really stopped doing anything with her. Like the fact that she was a fusion, it was mainly used as a plot point. And even moving forward, it was used as a plot device. But we never really got to learn more about Garnet as a character. We did get to learn about Ruby and Sapphire as characters. But that doesn't mean anything because you never see them. Because they're always fused into Garnet. So you never actually learn anything about Garnet because she's not allowed to have a personality. And the only personalities we learn about is Ruby and Sapphire. And they appear, they have their character where you learn about them and then they become Garnet again. So nothing ever happens. So that's, you know, it's frustrating. And I didn't like Pearl. I tried to, but I really disliked Pearl. And I really disliked Amethyst. I found Amethyst just to be abrasive and like a mean girl for no reason. And I know there is a reason. I understand like the reasons within the show why she's like that. But from where I was sitting, and this isn't like a moral thing or anything, it's just like how I like character writing. I didn't feel that the backstory justified Amethyst being as abrasive as she was, right? It's like that's a cool story. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse. And the show seemed to operate on this logic that if a character is a bad person, it's okay because they had a sad backstory. And it did that over and over again with characters, and I just disliked it. And then Peridot showed up, and I liked her, and then everybody treated her badly, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this show. And again, it's not because I have like this moral outrage about it for any reason. It's not because I think it's bad representation or any of that. I didn't like the characters, and that's the end of it. That's as deep as it went. And I genuinely tried to watch it. That's why I watched it up until episode 70, which is more like episode 30 because the episodes are only 15 minutes each, if that. I think there are like 12. And I just couldn't take it anymore. That's as far as I was able to take it before I gave up and was like, I've got other things to watch. I'm not enjoying the viewing experience. And there's no reason to watch it if I'm not enjoying the experience, right? The fact that we got so little with Garnet is miserable. Peridot is iconic and we stand the Triangle Age. Absolutely. Like I said, she was the one character I genuinely liked. I disagree about Garnet. I think they explored the fusion stuff in a way that was more interesting than anything Garnet related before the reveal. But I think she is underdeveloped in personality. That's what I mean. The fusion stuff is interesting on a world building side of things. But Garnet she only was ever used to relate to the world building side of fusion. She was never used as a character. Like, what is Garnet's personality? Aside from stoic, I guess. Like, that's the only word I can really think of to describe her, is that she's kind of stoic, I suppose. Like how would you describe Garnet's personality? Maybe it's an equal rights movement of sorts. Male main characters in films of the 80s were able to get away with phenomenally heinous behavior. I love The Breakfast Club, but at the same time, holy hell. I love The Breakfast Club. What are you talking about? No, I know what you're talking about. The Breakfast Club is very good, though, because The Breakfast Club, all the characters are very nuanced. The characters that do horrible things in The Breakfast Club, it's also a bit of trickery in storytelling, because the horrible things that the characters do in The Breakfast Club, the worst things, are things that we as the audience never see. And because we don't see them, it makes us more forgiving. It's kind of like The Walking Dead, right? The video game, the Telltale game, where the main character in The Walking Dead is a prisoner because he murdered his wife and her lover because she was cheating on him, which is a horrible thing to have done. He's a murderer. He killed his wife and her lover. That's an objectively terrible thing to have done. But because we never see him commit that act, we never see him do that horrible thing, and we never see anybody confront him about doing that horrible thing, playing the Walking Dead game, you become attached to his character because we as the audience were not confronted by the horrible thing he did, except through like second-hand information. Which is a trick on the game's point. They purposefully did that to make you question your affection for his character, because he's a interesting character, but the game does not want it. The game wants you to forget that he's a murderer until it reminds you of it again and makes you force the fact that, hey, this character that you've grown attached to, they're an objectively terrible person. You know, so it's very interesting. It's an interesting use of that trickery. And I think The Breakfast Club, the characters that do terrible, horrible things in The Breakfast Club, because we don't see it, we hear them express their remorse for terrible things that they have done. it makes you very much more sympathetic towards them as a result, which is what the movie's trying to do. Because the movie is trying to explore these issues that teenagers have, and it was one of the first movies to really do that. So it wasn't interested in like discussing the morality of the things that the characters have done. It was interested in talking about the emotional effect of being a teenager has on a person. So, yeah, you know, I love The Breakfast Club. It's very, very good. Do you think a live-action Danny Phantom could work? Yes, I think a live-action Danny Phantom could absolutely work. And in fact, I think it might work. Would you say that it would work better than the cartoon? Because Danny Phantom is interesting. It has such a cool fan base, and the fan base has such incredible ideas. And the fan base are the first people who will admit the show itself is kind of mid. Like, the show, it's fine, but it's not really fantastic. But it has potential within it to be great. It's just that the cartoon itself never banks on that potential. So I think if you had a live-action Danny Phantom, and you took it more seriously, and you didn't try and make it like a live-action version of a cartoon, if you like used the source material and took it to its full potential, I think that could work out really well. I think it could really work in the show's favor, because being live-action, it would be forced to kind of take itself a little bit more seriously. That's why the Fairly Odd Parents doesn't work in live-action, because you can't have the cartoon logic in live action. You can't do the crazy cartoon logic that makes Fairly Odd Parents what it is in live action and have it work the same way. Whereas Danny Phantom, the things that work about Danny Phantom are the parts that are not cartoony. The things that work about Danny Phantom are the more grounded in reality parts of it. And that's why, by the way, there is an entire fandom on Tumblr. I've been watching it slowly grow from the sidelines, and it came on my radar recently, but I kind of saw it become more of a thing. There is an entire fan base on Tumblr of crossing Danny Phantom with Batman. Specifically, Batman adopting Danny, because Batman has to adopt every troubled teenager he runs into. And the fact that Danny is kind of sort of half dead and also kind of sort of a meta-human, like how that fits into the Batman family group, and how that like works with the Robins, depending on which Robin they want to write the story for, you know, because the relationship with Jason would be different than the relationship with Dick, which would be different than the relationship with Tim. It like all works very, very differently. So there is a massive fan base on Tumblr entirely dedicated to crossing over Danny Phantom with Batman. And it's really good. It's really, really interesting. So yeah, I absolutely think Danny Phantom could work in a live-action show. Absolutely. A live-action Kim Possible would have been so bullseye if Disney had gone that route in the first place. Agent Cody Banks proved you could do such a thing for teens in an entertaining way. I think that could work too, because I think in that case, you could do Kim Possible kind of like a spy version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, if that makes sense. Like, if you took like that approach of like the quirky cheerleader girl, and then make her do like spy stuff, and you went like the Buffy angle with it. Not like full Buffy, like not full Josh Whedon about it, but like kind of take it from that approach. You want a Utena musical? I have good news for you. It exists. There are 2 Utena musicals. I don't know where to find the second one. The first one, which is not very good, is on YouTube with subs. The second one, I'm not sure. You could probably find it on like, let's say third-party websites. But it does exist. It's out there. And I've seen parts of it. I've seen the Nanami song where she sings about her cowbell, and it's very good. She's just singing about this stupid cowbell. I actually used that in a credit sequence in one of my videos because it's so hilarious. Very, very good. I'm only going to hang out for, I don't know, I can hang out for like another 5 minutes or so, and then it's 11:30. Or if you guys aren't bored, we can hang out for another half hour if you guys want. It depends, because again, there's not much on screen. I mean, I can probably doodle some. You know what? I can work on the squid picture if we hang out for another half hour. I can do that. Because I think my voice is kind of dying, but I can do it anyway. And if my voice really becomes sore, we can, you know, call it quits. That's my computer, not yours. Forgot to tell you, sorry. You think the Utena musical with the machine gun is lost media? I am unfamiliar with what you're talking about. But that sounds fantastic. No, I don't want to save this picture. No, I don't want to save this picture. Close that. Okay. Let's do some of this part then. Until like midnight, and then I'll call it quits. Because I might as well. I'm here already, right? Half an hour is good? Okay, excellent. The minute you said, that's another drawing I'm working on, hours earlier, I knew it was only a matter of time. Shush. Let's do this. But yeah, apparently there's 4,000 fanfics on AO3 about Danny Phantom crossed over with Batman. But some of them are written as if they've already like formed a family unit, and some of them are written. I want to read the ones where they first come across Danny and like find out he's a metahuman, and Danny kind of has to explain that his terrible parents kind of sort of killed him. Like, I want that story. Speaking of which, sorry, my brain's all over the place, but this is kind of important. If you didn't see, Archive of Our Own put out a PSA that on Monday they are doing site maintenance. So you will not be able to access the archive on Monday. So if you have fanfics you're reading, download them now or tomorrow if you plan to read them while the site's down for maintenance. I think they said it'd be 24 hours or 12 hours or something. It should be a day or so, then the archive will come back. So I just wanted to give that PSA because I don't know how many people saw the announcement. All I know about it is that Anthe uses a gun, and she probably should. Yeah, no, that makes sense. If anyone deserves a gun in Utena, it's Anthe. You ever watched the pilot for The Modifiers? It's Sure I'm Sad Never Came to Be. No, I don't think I've heard of that one. It sounds a bit like The Replacements, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Or heard of it, really. There's a lot of shows where a pilot comes out, it looks very cool, and then you just never hear about it again. Oh, hold on, I need to sniff again, and I want to sniff in your ears, so let me just mute my mic quickly. Okay, I'm back. That's the one thing. The previous mic, which was a stand mic, it had a button that I could just press to mute it. Whereas this one, I have to mute it in Streamlabs itself. Which isn't a big deal. I must just remember to do it when I mute it. Danny's terrible parents. His parents are pretty good, actually, in Danny's own fault. He's a ghost. Yes and no. In the cartoon, they're fine. But a lot of people like taking the quirky cartoon nature of his parents and pushing it into a darker side because it makes for more interesting character writing. And I don't know if I'm for or against that. It just seems to be so common that that's the way that most people write the characters. And I think interesting things can be done with it. I've also seen people do very interesting things with the parents where the parents are so hell-bent on getting rid of ghosts that they like actively harm Danny, and then they kind of have to deal with that fallout kind of thing. It's really interesting. Again, there's a lot of things you can do with the Danny Phantom story, which just the cartoon never does. That stuff exists, they just never do anything with it. It reminds me, I was like for like a month, I was very into the cartoon Dude, That's My Ghost, which is a terrible title for a cartoon. The cartoon isn't very good, but it's much like Danny Phantom, where it had potential to be interesting in a few ways, but it just never banks on the parts of it that are interesting. It just never goes there, which is frustrating. But that show isn't actually worth watching. Like, stick with Danny Phantom. The Dude, Where's My Ghost show is not actually worth watching. It's not very good. It was just one of those shows. I got into it because I just stopped watching the My Little Pony stuff, and I didn't really have anything else to occupy my attention. So while I was kind of in between fandoms at the time, that was just kind of the show I gravitated towards for whatever reason. I think I just saw some cool fan art of it or something. But yeah, it also has a thing where it has an interesting potential to go in interesting ways, and it just never banks on it, which is frustrating. Is Anthe Indian? Anthe, she wears a bindi. So I think so. The thing is with Anthe, though, is she is a character, but she is also a symbol and a embodiment of all women. And she is also a symbol, like a dehumanized symbol of what being a woman is. So it's difficult to answer because it depends what you mean. Because Anthe isn't, she's a character, but she also isn't. Because she is purposefully dehumanized to fulfill whatever symbol the characters she interacts with want her to be. Because even for Utena, because Utena wants Anthe, she puts Anthe into the position of being a damsel in distress, because that fulfills Utena's need to be the heroic prince who saves someone. And Utena can't do that she can't be a prince if there's no damsel to save. And so she pushes Anthe into the position of being a damsel in distress to fulfill that emotional need. Whereas, what's her name? Juri pushes Anthe into the role of a reflection of Shiori, and most specifically, the emotional part of Juri that resents Shiori for the way Shiori treats her. But Juri can't admit the way that she resents Shiori to herself because she's in love with Shiori. So she only sees Shiori in a positive light. And she doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that Shiori treats her like garbage. So she projects that anger onto Anthe and treats Anthe like shit as a result. So it's difficult because Anthe, she's a character, but she also isn't. So I don't know whether she's Indian. She might be. It's really complex. You should do a collaboration with another YouTuber known as Kitty Monk. You know, I'm actually afraid to collabs, at least at the moment, because I'm worried that because I'm such a small YouTuber, that some bigger YouTuber would offer to do a collab, and then because they're a bigger YouTuber, I'll be very like flattered, and then I'll do the collab, and then it'll turn out that they're like a terrible person, and that they've done some heinous thing behind the scenes that I'm unaware of, and then I'll have to like deal with the fact that I did a collab with them. It's the super irrational fear, but it's something I worry about. I'm a very anxious person, and I tend to overthink everything. So that's something I've overthought a lot when it comes to collabs. Especially because as the smaller channel, you know what I mean? I got around and get some dinner started. It was fun hanging out with y'all. Thanks for hanging out, Thantris. Yeah, this is Butch Hartman. We're talking about his passion project suffers him more than the flagship work does. Yeah, Butch Hartman is he's the man of all time. Zipa fears that John Efap's longiness causes dark shadow in ugly places. No, it's not really like a Efap thing. I've just seen like smaller channels get starstruck because a larger channel asked to do a collab with them. And then the larger channel will do certain things or say certain things that the smaller channel won't be super okay with. But because they're the smaller channel, they don't really want to, you know, rock the boat. So then they kind of just overlook things that the bigger channel says or does. And then a year later, it comes out that the bigger channel is actually not a great person. And then the smaller channel has to deal with the fact that, oh, you were in a collab with this person and you didn't call them out on their actions, even though you saw these terrible things that they said at the time. You know what I mean? It's difficult. It's a messy situation. Maybe when I'm at some stage at YouTube, I would be more okay with doing collabs, but at the moment, I overthink it a lot of like all the reasons and ways it could go wrong. And I'm like, I don't know whether I'm ready for like the consequences. What are you guys talking about? Let's collab and we can gush about how Mass Effect is the best game ever. I can do that all on my own. I can sit here and just talk about how Mass Effect is the best game ever. I don't even know if it's the best game ever. I like it a lot. But best game ever, I don't know. It is to me. It is to me in my heart. Kitty Monk is a silver YouTube button with a big heart that does talk about cartoons and stuff. I'm actually not familiar with her. I'm going to have to look her up after the stream. Because I'm always looking for more like cartoon content YouTubers to watch. Especially because a few of them are like... It's not that they're bad. It's just they say certain things that make me go... Bro, what? He's a cool guy. But like Alex Marquez said things that made me go... Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not a big fan of like what's his name? Rebel Taxi, I think. Like Rebel Taxi, I'm not a big fan of him. Not because I think he's a terrible person or anything. There's just certain things he said where I'm like, I don't know. So I'm always looking for more cartoon like reviewers because like a lot of the big name guys I've just found kind of weird. Mass Effect is the best game ever, to me personally. A 13-hour video. That wouldn't work because a large part of it will be me going, the ending is fine. There's nothing wrong with the ending. You guys are just haters. Even though, like the vast majority of people had a problem with the ending of the third game. I'm like one of the only people I've heard of who doesn't have a problem with it. And even having replayed it recently, I can see where the criticism lies, but at the same time, I don't think it's... I don't know if I can say it's not valid criticism, because of course it is. It's about somebody's experience playing the game. But at the same time, I'm like, you're saying that the ending ruined the experience for you. I highly disagree. I actually really like the ending. And then it's like, well, how do we argue out of that? Because now we're just talking about experience. Like, my experience with the ending is not the one that you had. So, that moment when you realize you've spent over 200 hours on an RPG and you're okay with it. I've spent more than 200 hours on Mass Effect. When it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, I haven't finished it yet because my laptop broke. I think I'm 150 hours into it, but I've only played it through once and I haven't finished it. And I do plan to do more than one run because I want to try it again as a rogue. And I want to try and befriend Astarion because in my game, me and Astarion just never really got to become friends, which I'm a little sad about. So I want to replay it and kind of focus on trying to befriend Astarion. And then I want to do another run of it where I want to focus on romancing the Emperor specifically. Because in my game, it just kind of happened by accident. The fact that the dynamics between my character and the Emperor was so natural, that was completely by accident, and it worked out so well. So I kind of want to do a dedicated Emperor run. I'll remake this character and have her just like really focus in on that. And then I also want to replay Baldur's Gate 3 and then do a Dark Urge play. So I mean, I haven't played 200 hours yet, but it's only a matter of time. What's your favorite not anime show? Oh, that's a good question. Do you mean cartoon or do you mean live action? Because that's a difficult question. That's the kind of question like you look over at your DVD shelf and you're like, geez, what cartoons do I even own? Because I really like the Angry Beavers, but I haven't watched it in a very long time. But that was a show I was absolutely obsessed with for a very, very long period of time. And I think I've seen some of it again, and I still think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. It's really good. Have you watched the anime Dungeon Meshi yet? I have. I just haven't finished it. I need to catch up. I've been following it. I'll like give it a break for a few weeks, and then I'll watch like 3 or 4 episodes in a row. Have you experienced the true original ending though? The original ending was right after they get off the Normandy. Yes, I did experience the original ending. I played the original ending when I wasn't connected to the internet because I was staying at an apartment. So I was completely disconnected from the online discourse. And believe it or not, I didn't have an issue with it. I had no issue with the original ending. I thought it was fine. Replaying it now, I can kind of see where people's criticisms come from. And I prefer the extended ending. Make no mistake, the extended ending is very important. But at the time, I was not let down by the original ending. And that's all I can really speak on, right? Is when I experienced the game's ending for the first time, I was not let down by it. And I mean, that's not something anybody can argue against. It's like, no, you're wrong. You didn't enjoy the ending when you played it, right? But at the same time, I have the same problem where I can't go up to people and go, you're wrong. You did enjoy the ending. You weren't disappointed by it. You actually liked it. Like, I can't say that because that's not the experience people had with it. Have you watched any of the animated Star Trek shows? No, I haven't. I actually am still watching the live action ones. I'm just slow because I watch a lot of YouTube, and I watch a lot of YouTube as well because when I'm working, when I'm animating on stuff, it's easy to put YouTube on as like second monitor content and just have that going. But then I get like stuck in a loop where I get absorbed in a certain YouTube topic, and then I watch like a bunch of videos in my free time about it, and then I waste time that I could be spending on watching actual TV shows like Star Trek instead, and I'm watching like YouTube videos about NASCAR. If I were nostalgia as the deciding factor, my favorite series would be Malcolm in the Middle, still a masterclass in terms of comedy. I never watched Malcolm in the Middle, but that's not the show's fault, because I only started watching live action shows when I was like 22. Because again, I'm an animator, right? So I mainly watched animated shows for the vast majority of that time period. So when Malcolm in the Middle was on TV, I was still watching cartoons. I think like the only live action shows I was watching was stuff on Nickelodeon, like Kenan and Kel, which, let's be honest, they're live action, but they might as well have been cartoons with their tone and the way they approached comedy and such. Okay, I'm gonna have to open an older drawing of mine to color pick the colors I used in it. This one. I threw my controller the first time I played Mass Effect 3. It's like, what the hell is this? The YouTube channel Short of the Week has released a video called Fishboy. Ever heard of it? It rings a bell, but I don't remember it offhand. Is that every... Oops. I think that is... No. Okay, cool. So I need to grab... What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Oh. These things. Did I put them in another layer? There they are. Being a health worker, House is a terrible doctor. I never watched House. I did watch Scrubs though. I was quite a fan of Scrubs. Again, the live action shows that I was watching when they were out were live action shows that might as well have been cartoons at the time. Dante coming out and looking at Mass Effect 3 like, what the hell is this? Then he jumps in anyway. Good Burger 2 came out this year. Maybe you'll like it. I don't know. Like, when they bring back something after that long a period of time, the only time I've ever seen it work is with Invader Zim. That's like the only one I've seen actually do it not correctly. successfully. That's the word I'm looking for. Although apparently the Rocko's Modern Life movie isn't that bad. That's why he has no interest in talking or caring for them in the first place and just wants to solve the riddle. That is obviously... Oh, you're talking about House. Okay. Scrubs has the advantage of having an actual doctor, Bill Lawrence, as the head writer. I've heard doctors say that Scrubs is the medical, for lack of a better word, drama, which is the closest to the real hospital experience. Which I can kind of believe, because Scrubs it's like a funny ha-ha comedy show, but it does go into some uncomfortable reality topics of what happens when you work in a hospital, like dealing with terminal patients and things like that. Like Scrubs doesn't ignore those things do take place in the show itself. And I think I said this, I either said this in an earlier stream or I mentioned it in a video somewhere, but I'm a big sucker for shows and stories where they're mostly comedic, but they still have the ability to deliver a real gut punch, a real emotional punch to them. Those tend to be my favorites. Invaderism really got shot in the head, crawled out of the grave and said, "You missed, bitch." Now, the Invaderism movie was really funny, especially as somebody who was like really big into Invaderism when it was out, right? I was in the Invaderism fandom, all of that. And it's really funny watching younger people who were not into Invaderism when it was coming out get into Invaderism, because they approach it thinking that the relationship between the fandom and the creator is the way that a lot of modern cartoons are. So they will ask Jhonen Vasquez questions about the lore and the world building in Invaderism, not realizing that you never ask Jhonen Vasquez questions, because you will ask him, "Hey, is this headcanon true?" And he will answer, "No, and also it's worse now." He will purposefully make things worse about the lore of his own show, just to like as a troll. And he does, there was an unspoken rule back in the day that never ask Jhonen Vasquez to clarify things about the Invaderism universe, because whatever he tells you will make the reality so much worse than what you already have. He will come up with the worst way to answer your question, where it just kind of ruins. It makes things worse. Don't ask him how anything works. Don't ask him how anything is related to anything else, because whatever answer he gives you will just kind of ruin the world building for you, and it'll break it for you. And it's really funny. And it was very funny when the movie came out, watching the younger fans who weren't aware of this ask him things on Twitter, and he would just give them these answers that were awful and made their lives miserable. Because they weren't aware that, no, you don't ask Jhonen. Jhonen is actively going to make your day worse. He purposefully looks for ways to do that. So no, don't ask him things. Stay in your fandom corner and just leave him alone. You know what I mean? Can we do a little trolling, says the author. But also, I think that's a healthy way to go about it, right? If you are a creator and you have this fandom who take what you've made extremely seriously, it's very healthy to put yourself in a position where you don't take your work seriously at all, to the point where it tells your fan base, don't ask him to clarify things. Don't ask him to elaborate. Just leave him alone. Make your own headcanons. Don't ask him to deny or confirm what you want to be true. Make your headcanons and just accept that it might not be canon, but it's better than asking Jonan, because if you ask him, it'll just turn out worse. Just enjoy yourselves and don't look for like approval from the creator of the show. And I think that's actually a healthy mindset to have, because I think a lot of younger fans get way too hung up on, is this canon? Is this what the writer meant? Can the writer give me a canon answer for what is the truth in this fictional story, right? And a lot of fans, not even just young fans, just fans in general, they get really hung up on what's canon and what it isn't. And they'll end up asking the creators questions that the creator never even considered or thought about, and the creator doesn't know how to answer, so they try and answer to the best of their ability. And then those people who ask the question on whether something is canon or not will then go and start like a massive Twitter argument with somebody about it. And be like, yes, but the author said, the creator said it's canon. So now you can't do X, Y, and Z anymore. You know, it's best to just like keep the two separate from each other. I remember when some kids wanted Jonan Vasquez to sign some Johnny the Homicidal Maniac comics, and he was like, you shouldn't be reading these. He's right. What answers does Vasquez give? Back in the original Invader Zim cartoon, a lot of the fans were asking Jonan for a Urkin love interest for Zim. They really wanted a female Urkin because they wanted a love interest for Zim. So what Jonan did is he made the character of Tak. Tak is a female Urkin who hates Zim's guts and wants to kill him so she can take over the Earth and like win the tallest's approval for taking over the Earth on her own without his help. But she pretends to be a human girl for the first half of the episode. And because Zim is trying to pretend he's a human boy, he decides that if he gets a human girlfriend, it would better sell the idea that he's a human and that he's not an alien. So the first half of the episode is him like trying to basically make Tak his girlfriend, and she's actively trying to kill him as he's doing so because he hasn't figured out that she's an alien yet. So the entire episode is this massive troll on people who wanted a romantic interest for Zim. And Jonan said, no, in fact, the romantic interest hates his guts, wants to kill him. Oh, and also she dies at the end of the episode. That's why we don't ask Jonan Vasquez to do things. And you know what? Tak is probably the best character. She is. She's great. Tak is a really cool character. But yes, that's why we don't ask Jonan to confirm or deny things about canon. We don't ask him to clarify certain things, because he will find the worst possible solution to the thing you're asking about. He'll find a way to like not only make what you ask about untrue, but it's also worse now. Which I kind of respect. I think that's very funny. But a lot of people who take what's canon and what's not canon extremely seriously, they get like super upset about it. They get really, really upset about it because now what they want to be true in canon, the opposite is true. You know, he's just kind of screwing with that kind of policing of what's allowed to be done in canon or not, just because he doesn't give a fuck. He really doesn't. I'm still very snivelly. I don't know what's going on. I need to like take an anti-allergy pill. We've got 5 more minutes, so I'm not going to finish this on stream. But we got like another half an hour out of chatting, and you guys didn't have to stare at a blank screen the whole time, so I'll call that a win. Actually, I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to ask if there are any last questions, then we can wrap up. And I can take... That's my tablet, sorry. And and I can take a lozenge for my poor throat. How many other countries have you been to? I've been to America, I've been to Canada, been to the UK, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, France. I think that, no, and Australia. I've been to Australia as well. So a few places. But a few of those were when I was like a child. So I don't really know if they count because I was like 10 or something. So I don't think, I remember going to those countries. I remember being there, but I don't know whether I like really absorbed the culture, if that makes sense. I kind of just was there with my parents for a while. Does the room with the moose exist in real life? I don't know what reference that is in. Why did people want romance in the Crazy Aliens show anyway? Because people want romance in everything. Maybe that's just because I'm a jaded ace person, but it really is ridiculous the lengths that some people want a show or movie, usually a show, not so much a movie. How much people want a show to break its own genre just so that there can be a romantic subplot. It's actually pretty ridiculous. I've seen like some anime which very obviously does not have any romance in it whatsoever, and then people will still try and find a way to get romance into it. And I'm not talking about shipping, because despite my issues with shipping, there are some people who write fanfics and stuff who are so good at writing they can actually make me care about it. Like characters, I'm not interested in shipping to the large extent of things. There are characters that I don't even really care about, and if somebody writes a really good fanfic about them, you can get me to care about them even if I have never really given that character much thought before, ever. So it's not even really that, but there are some people where they will like insist that the show is leading towards romance, or that romance, Sipov sniffing his squid husband. I'm not. He's offering me the horrible evil space slug brain parasite, which I've refused to take so far, because so far in the game, because I refuse to take the tadpoles, he constantly is like, oh, don't you want to? Don't you want one? Are you sure you don't want one? And my character is just like, no. Stop it. Stop offering them to me. But anyway, yeah, there are people who will like insist that a show has a romance in it, and that's like the only thing they will focus on. They won't focus on the characters or the writing or the plot or anything. They will only focus on whether or not a romance is busy happening or will happen in the future. So that's why they wanted a romance in Invadism of all things. It's insane. It's legitimately insane that you would want a romantic subplot in Invadism of all things. And yet, there are people who write fanfics. Not even like romance fanfics, but like queer platonic fanfics about Invadism, specifically with his relationship with Dib. And I'm not talking about romance. I'm talking like actual interesting character dynamic stuff. And it's fascinating. It's like really well written. And I'm like super invested in what's going on in the fanfic, because the writer is actually very, very good at writing. So yeah, basically if you're good at writing, you can get people to care about things that they wouldn't care about otherwise. Much like I will watch a 2-hour YouTube video about a subject I have no interest in. Hey Magic Medic, I'm actually just wrapping up for the night. Yeah, we're almost through. Sorry about that, but thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Like how My Adventure of Superman went into the romantic angle between Clark and Lois from minute 1. Yeah, but I feel like that's what the show at least intended to do from the outset. It's just that they did it such a bad way because they didn't know how to write romance. They wanted romance in the show, they just weren't good at writing it. And it's frustrating. I finally got to the part in the script, in the final part, where I can go into detail why I think the romance is written so badly and why I think that is. And I'm quite happy that it took me this long to get to that part, because I've been thinking about it as I've been writing the parts of My Adventure with Superman, and I think I finally, like, I reached the point where my thinking as to why the romance is bad coalesced into a single point where it ties into why a lot of the other parts of the writing in the show is bad, and it turns out it's for the same reasons. It's because the show treats the writing of the romance the same way they treat the anime references, where instead of looking at the anime they like and identifying what it is they like about that anime and then using that to write their own show, they just copy the superficial visuals of the anime they like and then just copy it into the show. And they do the same thing with romance, where they don't actually write the romance, they just copy the surface level visuals of a romance. And they don't actually identify what it is about a romance that is interesting or makes you care about the characters. They only write about it from a very superficial level, which is the same thing they do with the anime references. And it's the same thing they do with a lot of the things in the show. And it was like a final point that took me quite a while before that like epiphany hit me that, wait a minute, it all comes down to the same problem when it comes to the writing. How many dokis did My Adventures with Superman Season 1 end? I think 22 or 23. I'll have to double check. I think it's 22 or 23. I almost added 2 more for the final episode, but they were so brief and not really distracting from what was being said that I didn't count them because they weren't really doki moments. They were just like Lois gives she gives Clark a kiss when she walks past him, and that's it. And they took the time to make Clark blush for like 2 frames before he stops. And I almost counted that, but I'm like, no, it doesn't really disrupt the flow of the episode. It doesn't really halt the plot. It doesn't really impact the timing of the episode in any way. It's just kind of a piece of stage business she does while she's talking about something else. So I don't think it counts. Because the doki moments are very specifically moments which are supposed to be romantic, but essentially boil down into hitting the brakes so that the 2 characters can stand and stare at each other and blush, but nothing of substance is said and no interactions of substance take place. It's just like the shoujo bubble filter gets turned on for like a few seconds for no reason, and then that's supposed to be our foundation for why these characters are in a romantic relationship later on. And it's like it really isn't. It's nothing but surface level visuals. Is it sad or funny that the first thing about the animated Superman show is more random pornography of the Lois Lane? A friend of mine said that that's the only reason he knew the show came out is because of the stuff that came past him on Twitter. Okay, a few more and then I'm going to say goodnight because I need water. I need to take an allergy pill because I'm sniffling and I don't know what's up with that. My eyes are watering, so there's something up. I need to do that. And I should probably stop talking at some point because my poor throat. I wish for 30 more minutes of stream. No, I can't. It's like midnight and I'm worried that I'll like keep other people in the house up with like my cackling over this stupid show. Hydrate before it's too late. Yeah, I'll get some water. I bought another bottle of Coke, but I don't think I should be drinking more of it at midnight. That seems like a poor life decision on my part. Need to take an allergy pill because I ingested too many horrific space slugs. Yeah, man. I have not taken a single tadpole in the entire game so far, which is going to be interesting because, again, I was not planning to romance the Emperor at all. It was not even like on my bingo card. I knew the Emperor existed and I saw the screenshots and I'm like, oh, well, that's cool for the people that want it, but I don't really think I'm interested in. And then just through the course of the game, my character and the Emperor's relationship just so naturally drifted in that direction that it just kind of fell into place. But it ended up in this interesting situation where I now have a romantic relationship with the Mind Flayer, but I have not eaten a single tadpole in the entire game. which results in him like constantly trying to ask me, oh, please, won't you? Please, I'm begging you. And my character's just like, dude, I can't start now just because we're like bonking, you know? That's not how that works. But when I replay with this character, I'll like tweak her personality and design a little bit because I have a better idea of what kind of character she is now. And when I replay it, I'll see like how the tadpoles influence the final outcome of the game, and then I'll make a decision on whether or not I'll have her take some, because I don't want to have her take too many, but I'll see because I'm actually blind. I don't know how the game ends. I don't know how my choices influence things, and I've somehow managed to keep it that way. So I'll see. It's a little terrifying because I like to manipulate a game in a way where I know the outcome of things. So playing it blind is a little terrifying, but I'm really enjoying it, and I just wish that my gaming laptop was working. So yeah, I'm waiting for that part to come in. Good lord. I have a romantic interest with the Mind Flayer. I mean, I am. I'm in a relationship with the guy. It's very funny. It got to a point where Withers, which I refer to him as the fleshless ghoul. I made a Tumblr post where I'm like, I have the screenshot of Tommy Wiseau from The Room going, so how is your sex life? And I'm like, this is the fleshless ghoul that lives in my campsite. Because at one point I hadn't initiated a romance with any of the other characters yet. So Withers actually asked me, he's like, why haven't you like started anything with any of the other characters? What's up with that? And I'm like, why are we having this conversation? Why is the zombie asking me about my sex life? Why is this happening? It's a very good game. I highly recommend Baldur's Gate 3. It's so funny. But yes, it's a little nerve-wracking not knowing what outcomes my choices will have. But hey, you only play the game for the first time once, right? Me when I played Mass Effect 2 blind and killed everyone. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm worried about a situation like that happening with Baldur's Gate 3. And it might. I've so far managed to keep everyone alive. Nobody's died. A lot of the side characters who can die, I've actually managed to keep alive just through like playing it logically. But I'm concerned. There are some things I've done that I'm a little concerned about, but we'll see how it goes. One day, when I can play again. I'm having like massive video game withdrawals. It's terrible. I really want to play so badly and I can't. It's horrible. Everybody betray me. I fed up with this world. But Baldur's Gate 3 is too horny for me to take it seriously. I don't think it is. Because again, I'm playing it and I did not initiate any sexual relations with any of the characters until the Emperor. And that's because by the time that the Emperor did it, and he brought it up, he's the character that brings it up actually, it just felt natural with the character that I was playing and the way that I had been bouncing off his character that entire time. So by the time we got to that stage, it just made sense. But by that stage, I had already played the game for like 100 hours. So, yeah. BioWare as a whole is too horny for me to take the game seriously. It's not a BioWare game. It has a lot of the BioWare writers on it though. So I guess you could call it the BioWare game. Because Mass Effect and Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate has always had a lot of cross-pollination. That's the reason why the hamster exists in Mass Effect, is because of the hamster in Baldur's Gate. It's why Tali's drone is called, how do you pronounce it? Nachika? Something like that. It's named after a raccoon in Baldur's Gate 2. There's a lot of like little things back and forth like that. So I guess it counts as like a BioWare game, even though it's not made by BioWare whatsoever. Again, lots of cross-pollination there, and I think it has to do with writers, mainly. Sometimes I can't help but read about encyclopedia articles about video games or YouTubers and laugh my ass off the good writing. Okay, last few, then I need to go, because I need to drink water and take a lozenge and an anti-allergy. So I don't continue sniffling in your ears, because I'm sure that's not the ASMR that anyone signed on for. An ace's perspective of sex. Based on the trajectory of our interactions and relationship, I suppose it makes sense. That's exactly it, though. That's exactly it. It's like, oh no, this makes logical sense for the trajectory of these two characters' relationships with each other. Like that is exactly why it made sense for this to happen. Although I will say I took major offense because, like I said, me and Astarion, we didn't really become friends in the game, sadly, which I want to replay and like really try and befriend him much earlier in the game. So in Act 1, when he's like on the prowl and he's looking for somebody to have sex with at the camp, when we're having the party, and because Astarion is the way he is, especially early on in the game, he's like looking for somebody to sleep with. And because me and him aren't very good friends, he looks at me and he goes, "Not you though. Ew." And I'm like, what do you mean ew? What do you mean ew, Astarion? What do you mean by that? Karlach also did the ew thing to me in Act 3, and I was also highly offended. I'm like, Karlach, I don't want to romance you, but what do you mean ew? What do you mean by that? It's like, okay, I don't want to, but I still take offense somehow. Anyway, I have to say goodnight. CPOV is logicking her way through relationships. No, see, it's about the character arc. It's about the way this character has been written. But also, let's be honest, like, I really like non-human characters. I really enjoy like relationships written between non-human characters and humans. I just have to accept that about myself, I guess. That's just a thing now, I suppose. What do you mean, ew? It's just a thing now. So yeah, why try and deny it? It's like it's a pattern at this point, and it's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Everybody has to be fine with that because I'm making it everybody else's problem by mentioning it in every video. Sarah and Doppler and Treasure Planet being shipped by robot cops. The plot thickens, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say goodnight. Oh, I need to say it here. On my actual machine and not my phone. I've got the chat on my phone next to me. Here with the lapel mic, it's not a lavalier. A lavalier is something else. The lapel mic has made it so that it's much easier to read chat because I've got my phone like next to me. Whereas in the past, I would have to like balance my phone close to me because I couldn't move away from the standing mic. So that worked out very well, and I hope the mic was okay. It seems like it was okay, though. It seems like it worked out well. So I think I'll call that a success. It was much easier and just more comfortable to move around and like juggle things and things like that. So I think I will call that a success. And I will put the music on. And I will see you guys hopefully not that far into the future. I always say that and then something comes up. So let me not make promises. Maybe if I don't make a promise about seeing you soon, I will actually see you soon. You know, maybe if I don't promise it, it'll actually just happen naturally. Crystal clear, sounds good. When I first joined, I had you at 1.5 speed to catch up to the stream and could understand everything. Okay, that's great. That's actually fantastic to hear. Thank you for the feedback, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you very, very much for the super chats. I highly appreciate it. It's absolutely not necessary, but I really appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a good rest of what's left of the weekend. And I will turn off the mic now, and I'll see you guys. Bye. Bye, guys.